Hello.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'll let you take one guess.
Annoyed by construction.
That's one of them. That's
That's one of
certainly one of
them?
them.
All right, I'm killing it today.
They
I went and
just
took a nap after we delayed the podcast a little bit.
yeah. I was awoken this week by, not this week, rather this morning by a thunderous boom, not unlike like thunder in my actual fucking head.
Yeah.
But that's just the construction happening around, and it was like, okay, it's one of those. It's that time again. So, um, that's gonna just
Pay your protection.
gotta make sure that's all covered up. But that'll be affecting things for the time being. Um,
Hooray!
so yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Fighting games are fine. The fighting game community is not doing fine. The fighting game community is pretty rough right now. Things are shit, and overall, it's been a pretty like rough week for anybody in or associated with the community that's been following. That's been anyone that's holding one of these fucking hell squares on their in their hands that just brings you the awful news.
Oh. Oh, the rectangle of misfortune?
Yes, the hell box in your hand.
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Anyone that had the unfortunate uh you know opportunity to hold one of these was brought just an emotionally exhausting week. I'd say that's one way to describe it.
Like so I made this disclaimer on my stream like 3 4 days ago when I talked a little bit about this. But don't misunderstand the occasional giggle or quiet chuckle for dismissal or not taking this seriously. The things going on in the FGC are so fucked that my personality can do nothing but laugh at how absurdly dark it is. It's just the way that I actually am. Um, it's one of those what is it? A laugh to keep from crying kind of things, in which there's a certain, how do I put this? It's a car crash is a tragedy, but like a million car crashes is comedy, something like that. There's some famous expression about that. Um, Absurd. Like there was a moment where I think it was like Wednesday or Thursday, where I was scrolling down my timeline and I was like, man, that Smash stuff's pretty crazy. Oh, geez, that's Oh, more.
Well, I mean, it literally started the moment the podcast ended last week, to be perfectly
Yeah.
honest. In the middle of that came, we were hearing about the Mike Z stuff, and then like it pretty
Hmm.
much just launched off from that point, and it got worse and worse, and a lot darker than the Mike Z stuff that we didn't even have a chance to scan properly on the air, all things considered. But for what it's worth, anyone who's um, I don't know, hoping to catch a take out of me, I don't really have one. It's just raw and shit, and it's just really awful feeling
Uh,
right now.
I have a take for all of you.
Uh-huh.
It's a relatively simple take that I
Is it
have
is it an
expressed many
is it an
times.
obvious concept that we
It is an obvious concept.
would like to assume that everybody has but understood, but sometimes you're reminded that that's not the case? Is it one of these?
Okay, it is. It's really easy. It's in fact quite easy to not do. I think I phrased it. Um, don't commit crimes, and especially don't fuck the kids. Don't do it. Don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't fuck the kids.
Yeah. There's something honestly just like the road from like that's a creepy that the road from that's a creepy thing to say in a like unwanted context down to uh Your Honor, I didn't know her age is a very large one. There's a huge
Mm-hmm.
gulf between the two things, and at least as far as the Smash community is concerned, there was a whole lot of like, yeah, just like, just insane underage stories about people that were just like it's Smash Brothers, so I guess it just makes sense that there would be a lot of
It's
kids coming to play a Nintendo game,
it
in a
is
way.
like when I
Um,
saw that stuff, I was like, oh, of course. That thing Nintendo's actually always afraid about because their games draw in like a very young crowd. Oh, of course that would attract a certain side clientele that would love to hang out in those spaces.
and I mean, like, you know, for like, and to be perfectly honest, like, there's something that kind of, you take that plus the environment. Sometimes it depends, not every con, but certain con tournament, but like
Mm.
certainly like conventions and tournaments do have that energy where like, at night after things are done, people will sometimes go out to bars, go hang out, go do like they'll
Mm-hmm.
have these parties and after events and things like that. There's like a lot of, I guess, just like it's a bit of a perfect storm for someone for it's a perfect storm for irresponsibility in some ways, and like
Mm-hmm.
people who are uh not quite adults and people who are adults and people who are on in between the two, all just kind of like mashing together in this like post tournament setting. And it's a, you take Smash Brothers, you take the fact that again it appeals to its audience, and then you add the flavors of like tournament parties and hangouts and hotel room chilling and stuff like that, and you just get like some fucking horror stories that sound just awful. So yeah, a lot of that. There's a mega thread that was put up on the Smash Brothers Reddit where you can go down the list of different players, different accusations, and essentially, just the full, like, it's alphabetical and categorized. You can just keep scrolling. It's takes a while.
These are
Uh,
the kinds of things you would associate with, I don't know, the people who are supporting like a fucking brand of oatmeal, not like, I don't know, like a fucking sexual assault slash misconduct slash creepy kid toucher list. You shouldn't need to list it by alphabetical, guys. Just stop it.
yeah, I feel in general to that. That's so that the Smash Brothers had that in the case of the you know quote unquote FGC proper. Basically, everything else. Of course, there was those Evo Online getting canceled, which felt like, you know, it was the exclamation mark at the end of a sentence that was being spelt out by initially the accusations against Mr. Wizard, and then each company involved with Evo Online withdrawing their participation, and then the commentators withdrawing their participation, to the point that essentially there was no Evo Online left. There was no event left.
I would probably suspect that there will be no Evo left.
I
Um,
will see. We'll see about that. It definitely is not uh, 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 impossible that that's the outcome, but uh, I don't know. I don't know what next year looks like. I don't know what anything looks like. but I think it's I personally think it's too soon to say what the fuck is going to shape up. But one thing's for sure is that the community, at the very least, you know, which is like, again, currently reeling from all this, is very open to like alternatives and ideas and just figuring out what to do. But for the most part, I know that right now, again, it's all literally like a couple days ago, so people are kind of just like, I just want to just play some video games, you know. Their people are kind of just all in this same sort of space right now, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's not great.
Far from.
I can see the situation, like in my mind's eye, of people over at Capcom and NetherRealm and what have you, looking at their misery rectangle and going, "Oh, why? No, we gotta get the fuck out of this." I assuming, like, the Cannons took over as CEO, right? Over Wizard. Assuming they're legit and didn't know about what was going on, they could salvage it, but I could see a situation in which, like, people over at Capcom or whoever are just like, we are never touching that shit again, and pulling all kinds of support, because that is a lot of shit popping off, and has been popping off for a long time.
I think it depends on how this all shapes up. I mean, the problem is there's no way to play you know, literally Monday morning quarterback when the game is quote unquote still going on, right? Like it's literally, it's not done, it's happening, we're in the middle of it. So it's hard to say what the results of this will be, for sure. You know,
the current results are, this Evo's definitely done for.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
And there's going to be some management shakeups at the very least.
I think that it's going to be something where it comes down to definitely, like, you know, who knew what when. I mean, like fucking right before I hit the button, I just saw someone posted a thing that was like just in the on a more global scale, like the ex-CEO of Reddit was like, hey, we were at a party with Ghislaine Maxwell and we all knew what she was up to, so we stayed away from her. And it was like,
she's currently
what?
Suddenly dying of COVID, by the way.
What? No, that was a fake article. That was a dumb fake article thing.
Oh, the Ghislaine Maxwell one?
Yeah, that was super dumb and fake. Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure she definitely won't hang herself soon.
So all that definitely. To say, all that. So I bring that up to say that in terms of, like, yeah, who knows, who knew what when and stuff like that. It's gonna be a big part of what happens going forward. I think as well that you know, Evo, like, I've seen pretty irresponsible I've seen pretty irresponsible behavior, and I've seen pretty irresponsible takes in terms of just like what we're looking at with this situation. I've seen some people say that if Evo dies, then fighting games are dead and it's over. And I'm like,
that's so absurd.
You're a silly person, and you need to just get out of here. I don't even want to have a conversation with you about that. And I've seen people say that it'll be fine. Things will be back next year, and we'll bounce back, no problem. And I'm like,
that's similarly ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. As we all know, the extremes are absurd, you know, and I hate sliding the slider both ways, either in any of those instances, because it's just, those are not believable situations. I think we're going to see some major changes and shakeups in how things are done, and you know, like Evo 2, like when the first whiffs of like FGC thuggery started coming out years ago, they like got really aggressive about this stuff. They got really like, you know, zero tolerance was an active thing going on. I mean, that's part of how the whole core values, you know, like meme came about, was based on
one of the
Mm-hmm.
retroactively fucking most hilarious in a fucking gallows humor way things ever now.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is fucking.
Like hashtag core values is
It's
peak parody.
it's a Tetsuzanko of fucking hypocrisy. But what ends up happening is that is an over that is based on the idea that from back when we started seeing things like, oh, is a porn company going to sponsor a player, or like all these little weird stories that were popping up years ago. They kind of just went like, we need to make sure the image of the fighting game community is not like is clean and not like destroyed by this type of behavior, so that like at the very least we can stay inviting to new players, and if ESPN wants to come along, they can broadcast this with no problem, and all these little things so they put these sort of checks into place as it were. And I mean, like, back when I was there was a point when I was like TOing and doing events, and some of them were associated with like Evo Premier League things, and you'd make tournament points for whatever was happening in Montreal when I was running Montreal Street Fighter tournaments. There was definitely the TO group of communication where it's just like, okay, all TOs get together and kind of talk about policies and things that should be in common and things that would happen. And you definitely see things like something comes up related to a player, and then everyone goes, oh, that's fucked up, okay, like I'm gonna like that guy's not invited to our tournament anymore, or whatever the case is. And there would be these discussions. So like all this to say that an effort was made to sort of clean up the image years back, but this time around, it's fucking like it's rooted inside. So there's no saying how this is going to 100% play out. I think, but to go back to what I was originally saying, I guess, because I'm working this out as I'm talking. I'm just kind of like going. But if I think both of those are silly. To say fighting games are dead is silly. To say that Evo is going to be fine is silly. I think that the Evo is very important to the fighting game community. It's the major final event. It's the biggest event, and it represents a large fucking gathering, and a sort of like it represents the end of the year, so to speak, of the fighting game year, community year. So I think that like that type of event, the community is always going to want to have something like that. And I feel like enough energy can come together to make sure that takes place, whether it's in the same location, whether it's under the same name, or whether it's under a different tournament's name, is what we'll have to see. There's other very large events that have been building up momentum as well. Combo Breaker is definitely one that everybody knows about. That's getting more and more recognized for being the Evo for games that are not currently in the spotlight. So that is something that is building momentum. But again, it's gonna happen over the course of literally the next 12 months. So it's a long time between now and then. There's a lot that can happen based on the pace that this year's been moving. So I just think it's too premature to say what's going to happen for certain.
Is this year moving too fast or too slow?
The answer is both, and there's literally a Twitter story this morning to talk about that. There was a story was put up from I forgot what news site that was literally just about like I keep saying literally. I should stop that. There was an article put up about how time feels weird in 2020. It was Reuters. Why time feels so weird in 2020, and it's just breaking down like your perception of things and how just multiple events hitting you and contributes to like you can't tell what's going on. Some days feel eternal and other days feel like they didn't happen. Is it Reuters or Reuters? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, anyway. Everybody knows which one you're talking about.
So that's what's going down,
I have an idea. Evo wants to come back next year. I think there are two things that you could do
If you say
to
Bloodsport,
help
this conversation's over.
It's not Bloodsport,
Okay.
because that would not clean up Evo. Number one is don't allow minors to compete at all. At all. Get minors out of there. And the second one is maybe not host it in fucking Vegas. The fucking drug, sleaze, and alcohol capital of the world. Where the temptation to gamble and get fucking ripping drunk and do crimes might be higher than in other locations.
I know that when it comes to the ability, well, I know two things about Evo. One, the organization had contracts signed with the hotels they were working with,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that in some cases they were stipulated to have the event there for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple years of transition where they were trying to figure out between Caesar's Palace and the Wynn and eventually Mandalay Bay, but I think that they have these long term things that get decided. So all this to say, I think one, that's on the table. Two, at the point where there were 12,000 people in attendance at the live finals, because the growth of fighting games recently exploded. I don't know how easily other city venues could handle that
Right.
on a short notice, especially for anybody who's like, I'm just gonna fly in and go check it out. I think if you were to ask any other place about like that sized crowd, you'd have to do it would basically come down to, I think, almost like festival planning in terms of like music festivals and how they handle like large crowds coming in, and yeah, I think it can be done, but Evo would have to step up to that level of planning so that things are not Fire Festival, obviously.
I agree. I mean, the second one is not as important to me as the first one, but because any area that you have some large convention and huge crowd, you're gonna have a lot of drinking and gambling and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But giving, like, not allowing minors to compete severely cuts down on the reasons for any minors to be there at all. Just get them out of there.
Yeah,
Don't let them on the show floor. Let them go to grand finals at the stadium.
I think every tournament though is kind of like the perspective is that like the FGC is made up of minors and non-minors. Like these, if you go to your locals, you will see like people that are there. There's people that have come to tournaments here, with their parents, driving from Ottawa, things like that. Like it's a mixture of a community with different ages because they're playing a video game. So, just in terms of practically applying what you're talking about, it feels like, well, essentially, like these people are part of the locals. It would make sense then for them to be part of the majors when they occur, and essentially they would, and in an ideal world, they would want them to be, they would want the tournaments to be a safe environment, as opposed to like banning them and saying whatever debauchery goes, because the underlying point is, even if a minor is or isn't present, there's certain behavior that shouldn't be occurring no matter what.
Oh, I totally agree, but kids can't get God if they're not there.
I get you. I get what you're saying. It's just like, there is a thing where like at this where like I think a lot of game tournaments, if we go outside of the FGC, I think you go towards other like gaming events as well, and they kind of handle it with a mixture of ages that are not necessarily 18 plus. I think yeah, just the amount of times I've seen like parental, supervision, or people coming in with from wherever with that in tow is pretty high. There's a lot of people that participate that are 16, that are 17, that are getting into these games.
Can I take a second? I would like to address something I see people are saying in the chat, that by me saying that minors should not be present at these events, I am dismissing adults who have been harassed or assaulted at similar events, and that it is like I am telling women not to get raped. Everyone who is saying that or thinking that can go fuck yourselves. Get fucked. All right? There is a difference between me stating, and it's an organizational structure, it is an easy decision to ban minors from an event, therefore possibly cutting down on incidences of child abuse, even assuming all other controls, and me making excuses for other adults, for other actions happening towards adults. Kindly take your head and shove it up your ass.
These are not mutually exclusive points. Or rather, they are. Excuse me. They're mutually exclusive points. You can make one and separately make the other. The inference of one does not imply the other, but it bears stating, which is why I brought it up. And I think that the nature of the comparison that you make to events like anime cons, for example, where there's a lot of, again, people that are like, fans of anime are our age, fans of anime are older than us, and fans of anime are kids that are getting into like cartoons, so the all agesness of the subject matter kind of permeates when it comes to video games, when it comes to cartoons, when it comes to this flavor of geekdom, I suppose. I don't know what else to call it, so I hear that, but I think it's an unlikely thing to happen. I could be super wrong. In fact, they might just post it right now live, and they'll just go like, oh yeah, we've made this change, and here you go. We're just going to make it so that that's the case. But I think the intention that the community and the organizers of the events have is an all ages safe event is the preferred outcome, all things together. And and I know that there's certainly at tournaments there's certainly like 21 and over like events that take place, or sub events I should say, where it's like, okay, there's going to be a specific event here, but there's going to be alcohol, so you can't get in unless you get carded, or there's these different things where I know that these like specific, like, children are not allowed here or there for specific parts of things that run. But for the most part, I think the intention is to keep things all ages, because the community is made up of all ages, There's a lot of young players that, are there's like, there's less so in the Capcom sort of FGC side of things, but there's more and more of them definitely in the Smash side of things. But yeah, anyway, not to get too...
I'm just saying you shouldn't let minors into a fucking building that has an event that is serving alcohol.
Oh yeah, but
like you like,
if you're okay,
if the fucking place is taking during a convention center, that's one thing. But we're talking about EVO, which is taking place in Vegas hotels.
Yeah,
you wouldn't bring your children to a bar.
Yeah, Vegas hotels also have like families walking through with their children, a lot of the time in general anyway, though. Again, it's not to say that...
Yeah, because Vegas is a shithole.
Yeah, so and
that's kind of my point.
And not necessarily if you're speaking of EVO specifically, that's one thing. Not every tournament venue is a place that like is serving alcohol. There's been a lot of tournaments at hotels that are just like it's a ballroom in a hotel, so that doesn't necessarily apply. So there's a lot of specifics that you can get into because it depends on where, it depends on what, you know. Evo is one circumstance. The stuff that happened with Smash Brothers in particular, those were, you know, those were there's Smash Brothers specific events where those things were occurring, and in a lot of cases, you're talking about stuff that also was happening in hotel rooms as people were hanging out on their own, doing their own activities outside of the venue in any instance. So there's a lot of details to that. I don't think a hand wave policy change gets rid of all the problems, but I understand. I get where you're coming from with that.
Well, like any hand wave policy change would obviously have to be associated with a change in accountability and culture, etc., in which the assumed people who saw and suspected and knew shit was going on at all levels and in most of these situations just went, it's not my business or whatever the fuck. That needs to change as well. But you can't hand wave or implement a policy to that. You can only shame them. Not specifically, I mean, even, as there's no way to tell in many cases who knew what or who saw something and didn't say anything. But in terms of things that can actually literally be done, yeah, you shouldn't be having big late night parties where everyone is getting wasted and there are minors around.
Definitely. That's 100%.
That is just an obvious recipe for abuse.
And I can say that in most cases, the big late night parties were not allowed to have minors around. There's a difference, of course, between that and the statement of like the tournament happening where the games are set up. But what you just said specifically, agreed, and for the most part, did occur. But yeah.
Now, I want to also make something clear. I'm not saying that if you removed all the kids and you removed all the booze, that somehow this problem would instantly stop.
No.
Those are not the causes of this problem.
You're talking about the conduct of individuals is
there are factors that make, like, booze makes crime easier, particularly if people have fucking roofies hanging around. Which is, by the way, all of you, don't ever leave your fucking drink unattended ever. But, like, yeah, even if you got rid of all booze, even if you moved the fucking Evo out to Podunk, Missouri, you know, banned all the kids, you'd still have problems unless people step up and go, hey, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you doing there? Stop that.
Yeah. And there's definitely nothing an event can do about, like, stuff that takes place not at the event, or, you know, stuff that happens if you are, you know, like you like hanging with somebody and from not meeting them at the event but from Tinder or whatever, and then you know, like it's a thing that is occurring, like, because the event is taking place in this location, this is the weekend where this goes down, but it's happening essentially entirely outside of the event in this way, or rather within the hotel, not at the actual thing running. Then you kind of have a situation where you're like, yeah, that can happen with those rules in place, and this is something where the people involved actually need to not do the thing, you know?
Yeah. Hey, moron, stop breaking the law.
So, and I'm I'm generally not. I'm an idiot, so I'm sure everyone who is of the opinion that I sound like a naive fool for this opinion, then so be it. I think smarter people than me can figure out what the best way forward with a lot of this is. But just in terms of having the conversation, these are the thoughts that come to mind, I guess, because I don't really know, Yeah.
I've been getting people's questions about the possibility, asking me specifically, hey man, say you moved Evo out and there was no suitable venue for it. What then? And my reaction is, I don't care. My personal, I mean, me and you might disagree on this fully, or whatever, but it's like, I don't have a particular attachment to Evo, particularly other than like, oh man, that's where all those cool matches happened.
I think you have a tenuous attachment to fighting games.
Yeah, sure.
At best. So,
but I don't mind things being burnt down if they become tainted.
Yeah, you're not me.
Just burn them.
You're not me. We have different takes. We're different people. So I know you have zero attachment or give zero fucks ultimately about any of this because it's more of a source of punchlines in the end ultimately. But
Wooly, like punchlines or not, like I don't think there's anything I could care about enough to not want it burned down once it becomes tainted.
All right.
Like,
I hear you. I think
organization comes out or event or whatever happens, and it's like, oh, hey, a bunch of crimes happened associated with this, and like for example, let's take the cannons for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't personally think that anyone will ever be able to convince me with certainty that no one knew about what was going on with Mr. Wizard. Because I find that claim to be ridiculous. That not a single person knew. And if any of the people who knew stick around, that shit is tainted. And needs to go.
Now, yeah, that seems pretty fair. I think there's a reasonable chance that occurred. I think
somebody knew something and did nothing. Shit doesn't go on for decades, and people don't know nothing.
Yeah. And that's kind of why, like I said, I think that the community as a whole can survive without Evo, but there's just a lot of like figuring to do. That the desire and energy for that type of event to occur, to exist within the community otherwise is there,
for a situation that is otherwise so horrible, which is the COVID, in this particular case, it gives everybody plenty of time to figure this shit out.
Yep, it does.
Because there ain't going to be no fucking in-person tournaments where anybody got worried about this shit for a while.
Being even-handed isn't helping you today, Wooly. Yeah. So anyway, I think the point ultimately is you have Evo, you have Mr. Wizard, you have Evo, you have the fighting game community as a whole, you have the players that are known And then you have people that play fighting games in general, and you have the games themselves. There's a lot of different parts to this, and I think I don't think it's unreasonable, or rather, I think it's unreasonable whenever I see people going, well, fuck the entire thing, and the fighting games, fuck them, fuck the community, fuck all of this. This is all done, right? I've seen that. Those are hyperbolic people. That's not a statement that actually is even worth having a discussion about. I think if we're talking about the specifics of what you're discussing here, you know, in terms of like the event, the Evo in particular, the people involved in all of these accusations, things with Smash Brothers, everyone that has been like associated in terms of these cases, you're still going to look at a bunch of things where there's a larger community as a whole that is like ultimately trying to not have this stuff exist in it.
It's complicated because, like, let's say Evo turns out everybody knew, blah blah blah, the shit's the secretly a fucking Epstein side project, whatever, and Evo's dead, right? It's just done. That doesn't just instantly solve the problem, because it's not even about Evo. Evo is a symptom of a larger community-based problem, and it's basically built on the individuals who are dirtbags and the slightly less dirtbag but equally disgusting people who just see a bunch of shit and just don't say anything or give people special treatment. And those people hop events. Those people are all over the place. They play multiple games. They're not like, I'm certain, I'm not going over the list, it's too depressing, but I'm certain there's people in that list of dirtbags that play multiple games and are good in multiple communities in terms of performance. There is one thing that it might be naive of me to think about, to think this, that might be an overall positive of this whole nightmare shit show. And that is the tendency to not come out with horrible shit that happened to you is often based off of everyone else's mutual silence and the feeling that, well, no one would believe this, it sounds so absurd, or no one would whatever. This has made it very clear that this shit goes on and will hopefully create a situation in which people who are abused or assaulted in the future are finding more fertile ground to come forward and be like, no, that dude's a rapist. That dude touches the kids. This lady poisoned my drink, and what have you. Yeah. And at the very least, have people look at the situation to determine some kind of action instead of, oh, that's ridiculous, so-and-so would never do that. I don't think I have heard a phrase in my life as absurd as the phrase blank would never do that. Every single thing that I have ever described, either crimes and assaults against myself or friends of mine or people that I knew or whatever, I have literally always run into at least one person who said, oh, that's crazy, so-and-so would never do that. It's a useless sentiment.
I think that that is absolutely happening. There is clearly more, as you said, like ground for those events to occur, and for when people decide to speak up. And I think that you know, just on the tail end of discussing this as far as a community goes, I think that like in any community of any kind, you know, and in particular we're looking at, you know, fighting games today, but any group associated with anything together that like cares a lot about that thing has it in their best interest to like make sure that that exists, that there is a clear like path for these shitty people to be like, you know, pointed out, and you know, and for someone who goes through something like that to not have to like just kind of like pretend it didn't happen. And I think that if the community is available to like make sure that takes place, and that the people that are here that actually, again, give a shit about the whatever the thing is, are they have the best interest in mind of that community and the people involved, and they care about those people, then you have to make it comfortable for those people, for people to speak up. And I think we're probably going to get better about that moving forward in time.
Here's hoping. I imagine a certain amount of that is almost automatic due to the widespread public nature of what's going on right now. It's so depressing because it's like, hey, did you know that Hollywood's all screwed up and with the kids and this and that and this, and you're like, well, oh man, video games though. Video games are so shit. Fuck.
Yeah, my backyard.
Why would video games be any different?
And not and in you know, this particular moment, like the ones that I play, and in this particular moment, literally it was seconds before going live to play Marvel 3 last week, even, you know, like I was jumping on to get into fighting games, you know.
Don't worry, buddy.
But you never,
while it's blowing up with the FGC now, I can guarantee you that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of untold nightmare fuel stories associated with StarCraft or
first-person shooters,
League of Legends, or
whatever.
Pick one,
because communities are made up of people, and you're going to have this in each case, and the spotlight is not going to be on each one at the same time. But make no mistake, it is and does occur. So yeah, I think I think that I like you said, it is on an absolutely universal scale, something that applies to all of these communities. But you know, this week we got hit pretty hard in this particular one, and you know, the stories are not quite done coming out. They'll continue to, and each subsequent one will, every time you kind of have a link and you see you see my story and then a twit longer link, it's like, okay, you just gotta mentally just like, okay. You know, but yeah, each one, I guess, to finish my thought, is going to happen with, I guess, more support as we go forward in time.
I would like to have one addendum due to a comment that I saw earlier, which, while well-meaning, is unfortunately depressing in its own right, which is, how come all of this is coming out of the Western, or particularly American, tournaments, and like, how come none of this is coming out about the Japanese players and the Japanese tournaments? And that's because Asian countries, particularly Japan, dramatically underrepresent or underreport sexual assault crimes, even compared to the most depressing statistics you could find out here. It is not a situation in which, well, maybe it's fine over there, or maybe it's fine. No, it's probably pretty fucking bad everywhere.
Yeah, I think that would be a naive assessment to make, to think that it's just us, when it's really like it's being talked about here, is what you're looking at.
And that's actually a decent microcosm for any particular group of any significantly large size of, well, like I'll take League of Legends. I'm not singling out League of Legends as a hotbed of abuse or whatever. I'm just using it as a name. Well, the League of Legends community, at least they're not a bunch of like, no, that's not necessarily true. Could be just more people are very quiet, or there are bigger incentives to be quiet, or bigger incentives against being loud.
Yeah. And
2020, the year of it's all bad everywhere,
Hell World,
all around.
as far as my as far as my usual goes, anything I like, I'm basically very capable of being wrong on just about anything I say at any given point. So
That's accurate, yeah.
Yeah, at any given moment, I don't know, whether or not I'm going to look back at that and go like, well, that was a stupid thing to think, and whatnot. Like, you kind of want to just, hopefully be better at all of that in the future as opposed to in the present. But, so just whenever I have these types of discussions and we're just kind of spitballing it, I'm just putting and such. Yeah, like again, I'm no authority of any kind. I'm not particularly. I have convictions.
Mm-hmm.
I've had convictions that have been proven wrong in the past in my life before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Therefore,
I mean, ideally, we've all had convictions that have been proven wrong at some point,
so that you can go
start
through
off
what that's
pretty
like.
dumb.
Yeah. So
I had a deeply religious phase.
Yeah.
It didn't last very long.
Tell me about it.
Well, no, I mean no, you're the wrong audience for that.
Well,
because.
But the point, the point being that I have convictions. I give I try to communicate what those are, and I think that those can be wrong at any point too. So if I just say this because I'm like, to those who roll their eyes in this moment and see me as just a naive fool, sure. Maybe. I don't know. I hope not. And I'm someone who, is always going to double check, before committing, but I understand that's
me and you are kind of two sides of the coin on
Yeah,
this, where you might be a little more naive, but I'm very willing to just burn things down.
I know,
immediately.
no, I know that, and I know that it's not the most fucking like, it's not the most inspiring speech to the troops, to give when I sound like this, when it's not the burning conviction that holds the sword forward and says charge. It's not that, but I can only be honest about what I am. And that's why I speak this way. And also, this job has made me very questioning of everything I say and do. So I'm always making sure that things are right, making sure that things are double check out and seem okay. So, I just, whatever, I'm doing the woolly thing. All right, we're good.
I think probably one of the best articles they've ever written is the hardtimes.net article. Fuck it.
Cancel
gamers canceled.
Cancel gamers.
Talks about the Smash shit. Talks about like PewDiePie's in there. Talks about like nobody knows why Dr. Disrespect got banned permanently from Twitch, and what the fuck do you have to fucking do to get permanently banned from Twitch? Like kill a guy or some shit?
People that do know are not legally allowed to really talk about it.
Yeah,
seems.
oh man, that shit's so fucking weird. So yeah, so
You know that
oh,
I mean, you can get taken to court for talking shit about people. So
you sure can.
so
Particularly in Quebec, actually. It's crazy. Defamation laws in this province are super nuts and involve like even if it's true, if you were like trying to maliciously smear somebody, you can still be liable for damages, which has led to lots of fucked up situations in which crimes have been for real committed against people, and then the person who speaks up and goes, "Hey, that guy kicked my ass," or "Hey, that guy stole my car," and it gets them fired or whatever, they can sue for damages. Quebec's weird.
so
Quebec's
yeah.
super weird. Like you would not be able to run the same kind of gossip rag you would on the internet in Quebec.
Yeah. So that's why people don't know what Dr. Disrespect did. Apparently including Dr. Disrespect.
I'm not. I don't like to speculate on shit I don't know anything about. I know. Everyone hold on. Everyone hold on.
Andre the Giant
But
GIF.
there's a clip of the ending of his stream in which he gets some kind of text message that seems to drain the life from his face. That it's like, I don't know, man. His statement was that Twitch has not informed him
Mm-hmm.
why he's banned, not that he doesn't know why he was banned.
Okay.
Those are possibly two different things.
Fair enough. I also, too, though, know that, like, the hyper speculative moments of things can sometimes lead people down some wild goose chases that are not even remotely close to the money.
It's the most deliciously gossipy sandwich ever. Very prominent person is removed from their position of employment very publicly, and just no reason is given by anybody.
Time to comb through the VODs and see what the most what moments we can find. Yeah.
What could it be?
The speculation.
It's like you're not gonna find it. Like that's not how that like. It would never have been on video. Then everyone would know, right? Everybody would know. It would be like, it's when he was allegedly. This is a fake story, by the way. When he did that live stream where he shot a gun 40 times into the air in the middle of the night, it was probably that, right? It's just,
yeah, but if I need to complete the narrative because it's what my brain needs to do, then I'm gonna find the next closest thing. And when the computer finishes scanning for the next closest thing, it's this one moment of him picking up his phone. And that's, I guess, what we're going to go with. To say, there it is, found it, that's the thing. And then we run with that, you know.
The only thing you can actually draw from conclusion is it was worse than breaking California law by filming in a public bathroom.
Yes, it evidently was.
Because he didn't get permanently banned from that.
No, he did not. Yeah. And of course, shout outs to everybody who updates the newest iteration of the DSP Survives image in the form of Doom Guy just opening fire on everyone and living onward. But
there was a post on the subreddit.
Yeah.
That cracked me up, which was Min Min's head slapped onto fucking what's his name? Childish Gambino. Glover.
Donald Glover.
Yeah, slapped onto his head when he comes into the room that everything's burning down, everyone's suffering from gunshot wounds, and it was just the phrase like, "So how about that Min Min, huh?"
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not to deflate it all there, but I do think the first thing that comes to mind a lot of the time is that, at the end of the day, DSP is an individual.
Yeah.
And an individual can just sort of like exist.
That's true.
That's all you got to really do.
All you got to do is continue to exist.
You just have to continue existing, and that'll cement your immortality. There's no mechanics to it, there's no company to it, there's no group or event to have a bunch of moving pieces and cogs that all have to work together. It's an individual that can continue to exist as a single unit.
To his credit, which I love giving DSP credit because he fascinates me. But to his credit, he absolutely admits, like, oh yeah, lots of blind luck. That is a lucky man. Things just happen to
whenever he also
even out.
He also generally tends to come out and kind of comment and just be like, yeah, I don't know, man, just don't be scummy or stuff, and
just don't take your dick out when you shouldn't take your dick out.
Do that off frame.
Hey, I have a pro tip for everyone who can hear the sound of my voice. If there is any doubt whatsoever in anyone's mind as to whether or not you should take your genitals out, maybe put the kibosh on that idea. Because your own doubts aren't enough. Because you might be an idiot. So think in your mind, hey, is it possible that somebody could look at this situation ever and be like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Just hold off.
Probably a good idea.
Just hold off.
Probably a good idea. How was your week?
Aside from this shit, which has been like, I don't even know how to describe the emotion.
I'm curious what it is for. I'm curious what it is for you, because you know what it is for me.
It is a new emotion. It is a form of almost persistent state of unreality.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Of like this, like almost dreamlike, in which I scroll on the phone. What'd you call it? The hell square?
Mm-hmm.
And I go, oh man, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like it's a flip flop between laughing at how absurd it is and just being kind of bummed out and being like, God damn it, that's many crime, right? So that I don't even know what to call it. Ambivalence. That's the name of that emotion.
Okay. Well,
a lot of people think that it is ambivalent means like so. It's not. It's holding two contradictory emotions together within you once again at the same time.
I would like to say that I was already on gray life from the general state of the world that
yes,
we are trying to figure out, and that the regular updates of news coming in outside of video games in general is just, it's the gray life. So every time,
there's a lot going on out there.
In fact, there is. And
we had a moment a few days ago in which everybody got to have their funny Twitter gif over possible swine flu and bubonic plague outbreaks.
So, that's currently ongoing, depleting, and every subsequent just piece of shit news related to COVID or protests or anything happening, really. Candidates joining the race, even. That continues. So what I'm saying is that each of these little, backyard FGC touches It's just like, oh, but you got jabbed, and now all that gray life commits to real damage.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, and then it goes down a little bit more, and then one of these kicks in again, and okay, all that gray life. You know, it's a build up, and then oof. And I can say on behalf of like at least, just everyone who shares, people that I talk to that share the same interests that I do, that we're all fucking deflated right now, and we're sitting right now. I'm sitting in front of a microphone, but it's the worst of times, dude.
2020, man. Woo, party year. Well, I do actually have something in my week that does tangentially relate to that feeling, and that is my current living situation. So, Paige is autoimmune compromised, and I'm fat. So the COVID is very scary, and as a result, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but Paige and I, outside of one 3 a.m. walk with masks and gloves that took about 15 minutes in our neighborhood, have not been out of this house in like maybe 170 days. Since like maybe end of February and at beginning of March. So getting a little stir crazy. Even me. More like 120. Boy, it feels like longer. Even me, right? Notable shut-in. Lover of not going outside. I found this to be stressful to a degree. So, Peaches had the great idea to get ourselves a new VR headset. And recently, just a few days ago, a Oculus Rift came in the mail. And VR chat is back on the menu. That's just a nice experience.
Was it on the menu before?
It was, but there's a difference between getting on your desktop and going into VR chat and putting on the give up sphere and going onto the VR chat, because even though it is obviously not real and is a fake robot computer world, it does provide an experience which has been sorely missing for quite some time, which is the feeling like you went outside and talked to a person. The feeling of going up to a group of people and going, "Hey guys, what's up?" Now, granted, VR chat is also associated with a certain someone walking around as alternating Goat Woman and Crystal from Star Fox Adventures, and constantly going to digital furry conventions and turning into a giant Godzilla waifu lady for some reason. But it's nice to feel like you got out there and talked to humans. Just random weirdo humans that are that have terrible taste in music and make you feel really, really old. Really old. And call you a boomer.
Punch Bomb and I have had the benefit of having a small circle of individuals that we see on a regular basis, as you know,
Why is there?
as I record. So, um, you know, that part of things, I guess, has been better on our side,
Hmm.
because it has not been zero social activity whatsoever.
I haven't seen my parents since February because my dad is a dumbass and won't stop going to the grocery store himself
Oh
instead of
yeah,
getting
no, I haven't seen my
stuff.
mom in a million. I mean, you know, like that. They're. Yeah, I told you, like they just like fucking drove from Texas up here. Like it was just insane. Um, but yeah, that aside, I just mean in terms of like actually seeing people. You know, it helps that the nature of how I record allows for some social hangouts as well. That stuff's cool. So been
Yeah.
a little
Well,
a little less cooped up, I suppose.
so VR chat's still cool. It's actually very wholesome, which is, I mean, yeah, occasionally you'll see a guy walking around and he's just literally a giant penis. Like, it's just a dick walking around. But for the most part, it's just been like, oh, hey, man, what's up? Staying inside. Haha. You know, it's cool. Also, got to use the Oculus a good deal more. My only other experience with the VR headsets was the PlayStation VR,
Mm-hmm. Is it the Quest?
which was cool, but had the distinct problem in that when I brought the PlayStation VR home, it never worked once. Literally not once. It would always drift to the left like every 10 seconds and would make it so that you were staring like at the back of your head. I don't know what the fuck was going on with my apartment back when I lived there or whatever. But we got the Oculus and probably we got the Oculus Rift S.
Oh, so it's not it's
Uh
not the one that's self-contained.
it is the one that's no, the Quest
The
is like just
Quest.
yeah, that's totally self-contained. The Rift S you put into your you plug into your personal computer. And I mean, to people who are familiar with VR, this is all old shit, but those controllers are rad. And the fact that for the Rift S, anyway, you don't have to set up any cameras around your house, any sensors. You literally just plug it into your PC, pick up the controllers, and put the headset on. That's radical.
Cool.
And being able to map out, like I've mapped out this couch area as the game zone, and being able to like poke your head out of it and it warn you, dude, you're gonna bump into the monitor, dude, you're gonna fall over your couch,
Because
right?
I was considering, yeah, because I have the PSVR there as well, but considering the leaps and bounds that you know the tech has gone through, I was looking at picking up something Oculus, and the Quest sounded ideal because I like the completely isolated wireless, you know, solution there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if like if I get that, if I'm going to be missing out on anything that your standard plugged-in Oculus can use or play.
I'm personally not familiar with the Quest at all. In fact, I'm not even familiar with the fucking S.
Quest can do
Hayes the one that
both.
did all the research.
Sorted. All right. Quest can do both. You can plug it in or not. All right, done. That settles that then. That's awesome.
But yeah, just the fact that it fucking works instead of the PSVR, which didn't fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
Big upsell.
Big upsell. Big upsell. Yeah.
It's also a lot lighter than the PSVR, the Rift S anyway.
Okay. I hear the Quest
and
is apparently
being able to
super
use
heavy.
it on my computer with all the most of the VR shit comes out on to the computer. Walking around Google Earth was unexpectedly super entertaining. uh, like VR is the only thing that I can actually point to where people go like, ah, that's just a dumb gimmick. Ah, it's just an experience thing, right? And like for a lot of the stuff that you'll do on a VR machine, yeah, it totally is just a gimmick. But that gimmick is fucking rad. It's really cool. Like just the initial demo that Oculus sets you up where they're like, here's a bunch of cubes on the table. And I picked up a cube and I threw up a cube and then I caught it with my other hand and then I made finger guns because the way that the controllers work, you can do like different hand shapes. And I was like, yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to check out. I'm gonna have to check out the Steam sale before it ends. If you're listening to this right now and there's cool ass VR games on Steam that are on sale, tell me what those are, and I'll buy them. Woo. Yeah, nice little piece of kit. I'm glad Peach got it. Thanks, Peach. Thank you, the honey. The cat keeps getting his hair in it. I think he's using it when we're not looking.
All right, mine's on the way.
All right. Wait, already?
Yep.
Well, that's lucky. It was a mess for us to actually get a hold of one. We were originally going to get the index, but then the index has like a back order of just like later, eventually, maybe. I
Someone,
gotta play Super Hot.
yeah, no, someone just said like, oh, there's like 8 left or something, and I'm like, all right, fuck that.
Oh yeah, they sell out fast.
All right.
Because would you believe people are desperate for a way to feel like they're getting out of the house?
Mm-hmm.
Would you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
So that was a cool experience. I actually only spent a couple hours of that this week. Paige has been using it more often. Though I gotta say, I'm not sure which is more fun, using a VR device or watching your personal favorite dumbass shithead use a VR device and try and dance in a VR space while you see them with their fucking headset on, because holy shit, you look like such an asshole wearing these things.
I don't suppose by any chance that there is a glass table in front of you anywhere.
Hell no. We have a big ass like reclaimed wood table, but we push that shit to the absolute max distance in front of us, and we basically barely have the amount of space with like the 9x9 feet that
Okay.
Oculus likes.
That's good, because if you had a glass table, then, I suppose she would have already gone through it.
Yeah, she would, or attempted to eat it,
and then she would have eaten. That was part 2.
Yeah, and then she would. Yeah, see,
she would have ate
that's
it.
how it works.
That's where I was going.
Oh, so you can't hear Wooly, but we're making fun of your desire to eat glass. Yep, love you, babe. All right, so in addition, I've been playing a lot more Dead by Daylight, which doesn't really have a whole lot of extra to it, other than the fact that I recently hung out with my pals DK, Roz, Shy, and played one of those games. I think Shy and DK both put up videos of that on their respective channels. That's DK Diamentes and Quiet Shy. But we also played with Rebecca Ford, the community manager of Warframe.
Cool.
And she's all right. She's all right at Dead by Daylight. She's also a very nice lady.
Cool.
She took some good-natured ribbing at Warframe's expense quite well. I was recently reminded that she is much more successful than us and younger. So that was upsetting. But yeah, Space Mom's cool. If you guys want to check that out, you can go take a look at DK and Shy's videos on the subject.
Did you talk JoJo?
There was a really, really goofy interaction that happened. I'm not sure if it made it into any of the videos. in which I did briefly talk to her about how I got spammed by a bunch of Warframe players when her Dio cosplay went up as being the person who ruined Warframe,
Hmm.
which I think was hilarious. But what was the weirdest was she started talking on Twitter right before we started streaming, or maybe it's the night before, about how much she loved Runeterra because she had just started playing Runeterra.
Hmm.
And Plague was like, "You let Pat talk you into something again, didn't you?" And she brought up, like, "Yeah, this Plague of Gripes guy was like, you let Pat talk. Pat, do you know anything about Runeterra?" I'm like, "Oh, do I?"
Mm-hmm.
So she has great taste.
Okay, well, to be fair, you're pretty new too.
The game came out a month ago.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
well,
new.
all right.
So yeah, Rebecca's got incredible taste. She's a great sport, even though the dirtbags that are Shy, DK, and Roz threw her into that game without even letting her finish the fucking tutorial. Just terrible, terrible people. You should go look at their videos.
Well,
So I played DBD.
shout outs to a good senpai noticing. A good senpai notice is good.
Played DBD. Played the VR video games. I finished Dusk, which is fucking great. It's just great. If you love fast first-person shooty games, it's great.
It's very good.
The last couple levels get super hard, and they do this thing that you and I talk about a lot, and we love it, where it's like, this game looks and feels like a game from its time, but it's just, maybe that color palette wouldn't have been possible, or maybe this lighting trick, it wouldn't have been possible, stuff like that. And Dusk starts to do that in that the visual aesthetic remains the same, but then during the second half of its third episode, like the Doom episodes of olden days, the level design becomes very, very obviously impossible on the shit that it is emulating.
Okay.
Like gravity changes, teleportation stuff, room flips, swapping in environments when you're not looking, stuff, and you're like, there's no fucking way Quake would have been able to handle this.
Yeah, that Shovel Knight shit. I only played one level of it, but it immediately felt like, oh yeah, you're not allowed to do this on old game rules. Fuck off.
Yeah,
for sure. But it was great.
It's the real deal. It's fantastic top to bottom. Its final encounter it has like two final bosses, and they're both great. And like it had this wonderful difficulty curve, and every level was visually different, and they all had different little gimmicks. The only downside I would say about the game is that they didn't properly test all the levels with controller support, because I loaded into the final level with no guns and no ability to unholster them, because the gamepad doesn't have an unholster button. And the fact that the weapon, so there's tons and tons and tons and tons of enemies.
Might that have been intentional on part of the developer who wanted to fuck you for holding a controller?
Checked. I spoke to the CEO, and I'm like, why does that level break with controllers? And he's like, because sometimes you don't test it the whole way through with controllers, and if we holster the weapons for dramatic effect.
Get good, loser.
Yeah, that is also something that was said, but moving on.
No, but like you point out the bug, and it's like, no, shut up, get good though, and it's like, but
yeah,
that doesn't fix
no, that was spoken. So, and the other thing is that the weapon list for an FPS is actually really safe. It's pistols, shotguns.
Hold on. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I can actually take a guess at this now. I've played one
What
or
do you
two
mean?
of those. I've played one or two first-person shooters now, so I think I can
Yeah.
guess at what you mean by that sentence.
Yeah, hit me.
Pistol, shotgun, uh, machine gun,
Yep.
rocket launcher,
Mm-hmm.
and probably a sniper rifle.
Yep. There's also a grenade launcher, a melee weapon, and the only weird gun in the game, which is like a crossbow that goes through walls.
Yay!
Um,
I'm figuring it out.
it is very like there are very few, like there's no like cerebral bore, there's no weird ass gimmick weapons. It's like, no man, that's the shotgun. That's the bigger shotgun. That kind of stuff. But all in all, game's fantastic. It's one of my favorites, and there's a bunch of shit in there that I can go back and do. I missed every secret level. Uh, you can beat the game pacifist, which I
What?
yeah,
How do you, by just sprinting
by just
to the exits?
I don't know.
Do you disable enemies in any way or shape, or do you just sprint to the exits?
I think you speed run it and just ignore enemies and touch the exit.
That is
Uh,
always an unexpected, pleasant surprise.
you move. Oh man, so you've played. What's the fastest shooter you've ever played?
First-person shooter.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, you played Dusk. Fuck it. You move fast as
Yeah.
shit in Dusk.
Yeah,
You can fucking book it.
yeah. Any game that supports a pacifist run that lets you actually like complete it intentionally, fucking amazing. Huge fan of that. Before Undertale, shout outs to Geometry Wars and Ikaruga.
Oh man, that's a great achievement in Geometry Wars. Yeah, game's great. There was a joke by one of the devs that was like, "There's more immersive sim in it than you would expect, because you can use like boxes to clip through areas or jump up areas. There's speed run challenges. Oh man, the game's great, just great. Makes me very excited for Ultra Kill's eventual release, Gloomwood's release, etc. New Blood has kind of been killing it. They don't have a dud yet. They don't even have a sort of dud yet.
If I could interject for a quick second to teach people about the fact that if you play Ikaruga and you do not fire a single bullet and you simply absorb and weave through the patterns, you'll achieve the rank at the end of the stage of Dot Eater. And the Dot Eater is one who doesn't kill anything, and you can beat the entire game without firing a single bullet.
That's cool, man.
When you get to the bosses,
I should try Medieval.
when you get to the bosses, there's a timer on the boss, and when the timer on the boss runs out, if you don't destroy it, you still continue with the stage. You move on to the next stage, and you still progress.
That's great.
Yeah, you can do a pacifist run. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I will modify my addendum. There is one game that I would say is kind of a sort of dud, but it's not fair. Because I also, I think it was the week before last, I played Unfortunate Spacemen, which is a New Blood game, which is free. And is currently, is it early access? Or is it just like put out and then yeah, so it's not early access, but it is free. And they're working on it consistently. Are you familiar with Unfortunate Spacemen at all?
I'm looking at it right now.
So the primary mode is a 14 versus 1 spaceman versus thing like alien that can change into anybody's color, which is like you know your name in that game is like sea foam or crimson or whatever, and they can transform into anyone. They can sneak around. They can do monster things, and the 14 or 15 other regular ass spacemen are to repair the station and escape, while the monster is running around sabotaging shit, tricking people, turning into other people, and lying on voice chat in order to fuck them over. It's really cool. It seems like a super good basis. When I played it, they were having some kind of horrible fucking rubber banding issue, and it was goddamn unplayable. But it's free and they keep working on it, so I'm excited to play it once they hit the 1.1 version patch.
It's 4v1.
It's 14v1.
Cool. Trailer looks interesting.
Yeah.
What can the monster do?
It's basically a Thing game.
What can the monster do?
You want to play as the Thing? Here you go.
Also, is this because of is this because of the Dead by Daylight sort of like asymmetrical vibe going on?
No, it's because I was playing Dusk,
Hmm.
and I decided to go to Dusk's store page and click on the New Blood logo and see what else they got. Right. And I was like, well, a medieval looks like awesome because that's just the heretic to Dusk's Quake, right? And then they got Dusk. Then they got Maximum Action, which I'm not going to play just yet because it's in what do you call it? Early access. But that's more of a kind of what do you call it? Like a Rise of the Triad / Pain tribute game.
Okay.
They also are the guys who put out Faith.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, well, this is like a even smaller Devolver, right? Or it's like indie publisher that just does good shit.
Now, what I've always wanted is the Evolve type game where the monster is human-sized and they move like a character from Crackdown. I don't suppose this is that, but what can the monster do?
The monster can it does move faster and jump farther than the humans. It can turn into any of the humans and visually copy them, and it can do anything that humans can do. It also can burrow into the ground and insta-kill people as they walk over them. It can claw and bite, as you would expect. And then there's a bunch of perk loadouts that, like when you turn into the monster, you leave a copy of yourself, or like throw gas everywhere to confuse people. You're not a Crackdown monster.
Okay.
It is more similar to a very built-up version of the Deceit game we played over at Achievement Hunter.
Okay.
The Rooster Teeth.
Okay, it's much, yeah. All right, got it. Crackdown monster would be rad.
Going to come out, man.
Yeah, I'm waiting on that too.
Your little punch arm.
Just drop down on.
Did I do anything else? I don't think so.
Drop down on somebody with a death from above, but your cooldown is used up, and then like wall run away. Man, wall running is such a problem for people, huh? Cyberpunk.
What do you mean?
Cyberpunk just said they got rid of wall running.
I can like.
Revengeance got rid of wall running.
I mean, think of every game that the devs were like, we took out jumping because it would break all the time. The wall running is the jumping of jumping.
All right, here we go. Wall runs. Best wall runs. Prince of Persia.
Best wall run?
Mirror's Edge. Guns the Duel. That's my 3.
Okay, well, you took Prince of Persia right away. Titanfall.
Oh my god, Titanfall. Titanfall is everything, though. Titanfall is more than just wall running. Titanfall is just... I mean...
I would say Warframe, but nobody uses the wall run in that game at all. I haven't played Ghost Runner, but I hear it's good. Titanfall 2.
Most certainly.
I don't like the wall running in Ninja Gaiden, guys. I think it's a little stiff. But yeah, those ones, the ones you mentioned. Mirror's Edge. Oh, does
Yeah.
Dying Light have wall running?
Yeah. No.
Kind of does.
I mean, definitely Titanfall 2 would have been the answer there. Though you're also just grappling and flying and doing a million
Yeah.
other things, but you know, um, yeah, all movement in that for sure.
Wall running's good, man.
It is good. Don't cut it if you don't have to.
Oh man, you know what game has a good wall run? Fucking Prototype. Because it's a wall sprint.
Yes. So Hulk Ultimate Destruction is a wall sprint.
Yeah.
Where you latch in and you just book it in a direction. It's not a temporary.
And I don't know if it counts because it's almost distinct from wall running because it doesn't. You're not doing the mechanic like you would in another game where this is you getting some momentum on the wall. It just turns the wall into a new floor.
Yeah. So Bayo does that. I wouldn't count Bayo as that. Bayo rotates the camera so that the wall is a new floor. So does Ninjala actually. I wouldn't count that as much. I would count like the camera staying in with the same orientation, you know.
Yeah.
But either way, that's good stuff too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it for me this week. If you want to check out more of my crap, you can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I'm going to be streaming Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. A combination of Ori and the Blind Forest, probably going to beat that this week. And Deadly Premonition 2, woo! Which comes out this week, woo! Very excited for that.
Cool.
See Swery
don't
putting out
fucking bother Swery and ask him for codes. Don't be a jerk. He doesn't want to block people, but he'll do it.
Did you see Swery putting out clips of the game running in single-digit frame rates?
And
it's just like
I saw a tweet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I want that game to break like a Super Nintendo game.
Apparently, because he's so nice, everybody is just thinking they can chum up and ask for a code, and he's like, "Leave me alone." So, cool. So for me, yeah, I'll take that first person torch at the very least. Beat Halo this week. Halo 1.
How's that final level?
Impeccable.
Isn't it great?
Fucking solid. Amazing pillar of autumn. Amazing closer. After the library, which was woof. Not the best part of the game. That final sequence through the pillar is super tight. The music is on point. And then there was the actual driving. When we got to the driving, I suffered. I definitely suffered, but I also had no idea how to properly drive the Warthog. I did not know what the fuck to do. By the end, I got it because I saw V just kind of drifting around corners. So I was like, oh, you're supposed to go full speed and then fully drift and then just keep the momentum going. But I was kind of just trying to point the nose in the correct direction as much as possible, which was the super wrong attitude to have. So
the way Halo vehicles control was very unique for the time.
Yeah,
it's almost like you are directing the driver to go somewhere with the camera.
Yeah, and so like after being used to like having a gas pedal as the usual method of moving around, that's not at all what's happening here. So in terms of the Warthog, it definitely the first run was just like a full on botch, and then the second run was a botch, and like I kind of got. After seeing what you're supposed to do with it, I'm like, oh shit, okay, I completely misunderstood the way you're supposed to drive this, but I get it now. So, that was a hilarious fucking drunken sequence. But The game is absolutely a classic for a good reason, and I definitely appreciate a lot of what it did, and it was a lot of fun. I liked the problem solving in the form of like, here comes a hunter, switch to the pistol, pop it in the hip.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was cool. And of course, to think about how Doom sort of treats most of its enemies with that same sort of like solve the problem right here. um a bit like, yeah, that was fun. The I forget the bike vehicle, but the bike vehicle that you can actually strafe in, that was probably my favorite.
The alien one, the purple one.
Yeah, the purple one where you can actually
I
like,
don't know. Is that a ghost?
that thing was probably the best for controlling. I liked it the most. It was, the fact that you can just kind of like, again, float sideways to fly around the map and stuff was a lot of fun. And then later you get the full-on plane, which I didn't realize was a plane when I got it. So
Yeah.
I was trying to like kind of move around the map in the same way like a floating tank kind of, and it's like, no. Point the camera up and fly into the sky. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, I had no idea to expect that. I thought it was just another hovering vehicle, So that was cool. Yeah, like, seeing the Master Chief do his thing. Yeah, it's like, okay, Cortana is sassy, but she doesn't have the kind of sass that I like. She's got that.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
She doesn't have the kind of sass I like, So I'm like, all right, Cortana, chill. Let's dial back some of these parameters on the fucking sliders if we could, to Westworld the situation a little bit. But
Ha!
and then yeah, I think 343 Guilty Spark sounds like a fucking fighting game special, and I love
Sure
that.
does.
And I look forward to the naming conventions continuing, because that shit is really cool.
Hey, do you have Windows 10?
I have Cortana staring at me right now.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I wish I could make it go away.
I don't know how, but I made it go away.
I installed my classic Windows Start menu, but I never made Cortana stop. I tried.
I think I killed her at some point.
Well, I can hide the search box at the very least, right?
Yeah, I think that's all I did.
Yeah, that's it's not actually gone. It's just sort of like, hidden. But in any case, I'm sure if I update my shit, I'll get her back alongside the Edge. So Halo's cool.
Good old Edge. Yeah, Halo is cool.
My understanding is that the first game is not. It's a nostalgia trip, but things tend to ramp up later on.
They do ramp up,
and a lot of people are definitely more excited about the escalation. So
you're in a situation which is pretty unique, which is Halo 2 got a lot of flack despite being a pretty good game, because it has a fucking terrible ending. And that got built up into the finish the fight thing for Halo 3, which I'm sure you remember. But since that shit's a decade old, you don't have to deal with that shit if you don't want to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hit Doom 2016's ending, and I was like, oh, okay. And then Eternal came out, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah,
Halo 3's the one I put the most time in by far, and I wouldn't say it's my favorite game, but it's really cool. Though it is interesting to talk to you playing through these games as somebody who never really, or probably won't, be hitting on the multiplayer, because that's where a lot of that game lived and died.
Exactly. And that's what I'm aware of, is that like ultimately, even though there's this story mode in Master Chief and stuff, like the reason why we know of these games is because of their multiplayer. For sure.
Like Halo 3 in particular had just custom game shit for days. You could do all sorts of zany shit. It also had the
Um,
man cannon. Just a jump pad. It's just a
cool.
fancy jump pad.
Yeah, the game, the multiplayer I played with my friends had jump pads, and I think it had the Titan mode or whatever it was called.
Hmm.
We played. I keep bringing it up, but it's like, yeah, one guy can super jump and he has a big hammer versus the rest of the team.
Dude, asymmetrical multiplayer is great.
It's the best. It's the best. Absolutely. So that was Halo 1. And yeah, that continues on the channel, as does the Thousand Year Door. Mario is absolutely getting up to big crimes, and Nintendo is clearly not paying attention at the time that this game is coming out. It continues
Hey,
to.
what are you guys doing? You doing something cool over there?
No, they
Yeah, it's cool.
like there was a Miyamoto yelling at the team moment that should have occurred here, but it didn't, and the game just shipped, and this is what we got. We're currently thoroughly in the tournament arc, of which there is an unironic, literal tournament arc, so that's rad. And
Seriously?
mhm,
Like there's just a straight up tournament?
straight up. So that's great. And yeah, what else is going on? So the new the Feline came out in Teppen. I got to experience what's going on over there. That thing has some bullshit, as most characters do at the start. And yeah, I want to say that the Feline might end up being a nice little entry into the meta that might upset things a little bit, because I've been having a fucking hard time trying to beat it in Teppen at the moment. It is really just it has a special that like steals a card from your deck and puts it in its own. It just has a free, you know.
Oh, those ones are always
Mm-hmm.
just.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And it has lots of just like nonsense where like a card goes down and then every time it takes damage but doesn't die, it gets stronger, and it introduces a bunch of crazy new cards as well. And so far it's been a nightmare to with the originals, with the zero deck I have, with the control deck as it were. It is rough because the Feline is just throwing down just grunts. You know, it's not doing spells, it's not doing anything. It's just throwing down grunts, and the numbers are flying, and then it's putting shields on top of them, and it's one of those just like brute force style decks that like doesn't have any time for your nonsense and doesn't give a fuck about your nonsense. I'm just gonna fill up the slots with shit, and that's it. You know.
Like a good aggro deck.
Yep. There's nothing fancy to it. You know. You're gonna take some damage, and you gotta sit there and hold it while you build up your big spell and hope that the spell doesn't fail, you know. It's got that going on. What else? Oh yeah, so Feline was there. The other thing was went back to Marvel 3, had some just immediately bit with the bug to lab, to learn, to just play this fucking game again. You know,
It's a good game.
It's a good game. And you know, I think the fact that like I phased off of Infinite also kind of created this like, man, I want this energy, I want this kind of this style of game, but like back, and so went back to that and had so much fun with it, dude. Like I miss the shenanigans of Virgil. I miss the Phoenix Wright matches where you can fucking, you know, submit the evidence and then object and then go right into a full-on accusation super. Like such a good time. And I kind of, yeah, it's so sad and nonsensical that like There's no current active iteration of this franchise for
Nope.
no good reason. For no good reason.
No good reason. No, just.
And one would hope that everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
All right. One would hope that at
There's
some
no
point
glass to eat, so we're safe. No, you'll never live it down. Never.
Anyway, Marvel 3 was really fun, and I had so much fun that I'm like, fuck it, let's play it again. So I'm going to play it again this week. So I'm going to do that and just get back in and get better with some of the cast. So
Are you just flying around the roster, or is it
I
the
was
kind of thing where you went back in, you're like, oh, Virgil, ha!
I went to my team because the team that's the most coherent like team I have. That if I'm trying to play and I'm trying to win and I'm trying to do combos, I'm gonna be like running my team. Spencer, Virgil, Hawkeye, you know, and that's kind of the way I played it. But you know, there's other characters I learned back in the day, so I'm gonna go back and just kind of lab and figure it out. So that'll be on PC and get into fighting games on Thursday. And I guess one other thing. Don't want to take too long with it, but I don't mind taking a moment to discuss the fact that I have finished Korra Season 2.
Hey!
So I'm okay to have a little middle of the road, the story so far discussion, now that I've experienced both of these. And I would ask that anything pertaining to the future seasons, that everybody just put that under your hat and hold on to it, and just, you know, I don't want to hear about 3 or 4. I just want to let you know how I feel about 2 at the moment, if that's okay.
I liked Season 3 and 4 a lot more than Season 2.
Okay.
Is pretty much all I want to say. I think Season 2 kind of has like the finale of like a wet fart. It's a really, really moist fart.
So I'm going to be, if anyone is trying to avoid spoilers for Korra, I am about to talk about Korra Season 1 and Korra Season 2, not 3 and not 4. And I'm trying to avoid that. So, right now, Korra Season 1, really, really fucking solid-ass show. Up until the last second.
Yeah,
the last 15 seconds of the season are just like, and undo. Nope. Right? You thought you were going to end on a note of like, ooh, that's rough, but okay, we'll figure this out. And then they kind of just went, nah, we'll let her get that avatar state back. And then just go, here you go. You got it. You unlocked it.
Here you go.
It's the boy. There he is. Now, I, of course, I understand that shows that are sequels to things need to establish their own strengths and not rely too much on the previous lore, because if you do, then new viewers will be like, I didn't watch that old show, what's this, and da-da-da-da-da. I get that part, but it doesn't change the fact that people who watch the previous show are very interested in seeing the previous returning cast in any way, shape, or form, and what they do and how they lived and what their life was to get to this point. That plot hook is the most interesting thing to anybody who's returning. So the more they play that down, the more it's kind of annoying, because you're like, I know it's its own thing. I like getting a little bit more info about it, but it's fine. They sprinkle it here and there. But yeah, Amon, fucking just great villain. The struggle of benders versus non-benders is one that makes sense. Of course there would be bender racism.
I was so much less interested in Amon once you find out more about Amon.
That didn't bother me. I thought it was cool. I liked the fact that something as sinister as bloodbending made a return as a like, oh, what the fuck happened with this thing? Well, here's what happened with this thing. That shit's still bad. You know? I thought that was all right.
I think I think my how do I put this? I think the situation with Amon and bloodbending is fine for season 1, and it's fine for stuff that happens later, I guess. But the show in general, starting with Amon, I felt had a real problem with power creep.
Okay.
I think Lightning is probably the best example, actually, where Zuko and Azula and Iroh know how to toss some lightning shit, right? Because that is some fucking extreme ass shit.
Advanced, yeah.
And then we like smash cut to like, I think there's a scene in like the first or second episode of season 1 where dudes are just like lightning bending to power turbines, like a ton of dudes.
Yeah, but
and
this is
like, oh.
But this is decades later when information is shared and metal bending is a regular thing that the police are doing. Whereas we watched the inception of that happen. So it's just the passage of time, you know, and the knowledge being shared. Like, yeah, to me, that's just progress.
It feels like everybody gets, like, they saw all the cool stuff that, you know, 1 or 2 people could do in the first Avatar. And they're like, well, we want all of our new characters to be able to do all those cool new things too. But then they don't really get new cool things.
I would have found it more weird if nothing changed and we got to a big city that was the Roaring 20s and like everything else was almost identical. I think the fact that we saw metal bending become what it became and we're seeing these other things in this way, to me it's like, yeah, you should see progression in society, in bending society. Yeah, it's a logical line for me, and very cool to see how that works out, you know, especially since bending becomes such a casual thing. So Amon also having that backstory with the brother, and then that, like, you know, like all of that, like, was like, no, that's a good enough origin point. I liked it. I thought that was something that would be like, I was worried that like it would be like worse than what we got with that, and I was like, no, that's fine, that's solid. He's motivated. Shit's fucked up. His dad was just garbage, and an abusive childhood, a super abusive childhood, turned him into what we got, you know. So that was solid. I believe Steve Bloom, right? Crushing it with on the voice acting with that, and in the end, like little the boat scene, you know.
Oh, that boat scene's great.
Fucking all right.
That's
all right. We're in there, right?
It's really short too. It's
just brief and like, oh fuck, that was real. You know, that was a nice little like, yo, that was real. Okay. I did really, I liked that season. In fact, I would say that like the at the time my feeling was, you know, the problem of bending versus non-bending in society as a whole could be discussed over multiple seasons, and you could in fact build up to, you know, like tensions between these two groups of people in society being a bigger deal, you know. But but you know, there was one season, they wrapped it up, and that's what it was, and I was like, okay. And then everything is fine, and then at the last second they go and boop, press the button, give her the power, and she's got it. And I was like, come on, I thought she was gonna earn it over the course of the next season, you know. But they just decided to really quickly throw that in there, you know. It almost feels like there was an alternate ending there.
Yeah, well, always remember that every season is ending as if it was the last one.
So people challenged you about when you said that? People came to tell me that that's not true, and then someone else came to say it was sort of true. Some, you know, it's not that it was all season by season, but they thought they had two. And at this point, I'm like, okay, you know what? Everyone's got a different version of what this is. I don't care. I'm just going to watch it for what it is, and, you know.
Oh, Wooly, when will you learn that I'm always wrong?
But
Like,
yeah, that whole thought process of like, nothing was going to stretch past its own season because of the way the production happened. I was like, okay, I get it. I'm also I was also told to hate it before watching it, so
yeah, yeah. Season 3 is probably my favorite season.
cool. Okay.
So I'm excited for you.
Well, here's the thing. If 2 is as bad as it gets, then I'm okay with that because 2 was definitely a step downwards in quality, especially the beginning, because the first third, I want to say half, no, the first half, no, third, whatever, in between those,
Okay.
everything prior to Korra falling in the water is just really not great, and
So
I appreciate us getting to meet her parents, and that's all cool, but it's so clear that everything has to move forward only because of her own stupid ass decisions, and because she's a dumb kid getting manipulated. And to be fair, she calls that out later on, but that's all the only reason why shit's happening, because she was too dumb. And I'm like, God, I hate that. That really sucks.
that's probably the number one complaint with Korra as a series overall, is that for Aang, god damn it, fucking Shyamalan. For Aang, he was physically weak but spiritually and mentally enlightened.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, well, what if we do the other way around, where our character's a badass but they're a moron?
Mm-hmm.
And
spiritually weak, not stupid.
Yeah.
Was the first season to me was she's spiritually weak, physically strong, but still capable and still like not dumb.
No,
dumb,
she's dumb now. She's
dumb in terms of relationships, certainly, because whatever, never had
Yeah.
one. But for someone who's older than the original kids were, I expect more, and she's pretty stupid now, based on the way that the season 2 played out.
I went and checked what episode has the shittiest part of Avatar in it. And yes, season 2 is where we meet Wan. And that is as bad as it gets.
That's hilarious. That was my favorite part of the season.
Are you serious?
The first Avatar was my favorite part of that season. Avatar Juan?
Yeah.
I thought that was great. I thought it was. I enjoyed that.
All right. Well, then I'm very confused how you're going to feel about the rest of it.
I was so like not. I was not digging what was happening with Korra up until that episode when they went, let's go back and show you the story of the first Avatar. And I was like, dear God, yes, thank you. I will take a break from this action, please. And those 2 episodes...
Oh, that does kind of make sense in that context.
And so what I got in those 2 episodes was a just complete, like, let's fill you in on lore of this world, which I'm watching a sequel to The Last Airbender, and I want to know about the stuff. I want the world built, So this is filling in that information in a way that, them sort of, they're not really clearly throwing you like Katara's in the show, but she's clearly meant to be in the background because they don't want it to be all just Airbender 2. They want it to be Korra. So the lore drop of this now switching over to the past and finding a new character entirely, I'm like, welcome change, right? Visually beautiful, of course, painterly, very cool style going on. Okami, it looks like you're watching scroll storytelling, in a way. And also it's told in a way over those 2 episodes that reminds me of like traditional sort of like fables, like, of the character and his friend, and they kind of journey and stuff like that. So I ultimately was like, yeah, all right, this is interesting, and then it goes back and it starts using elements that Airbender touches on, but like left super confusingly open. Like it goes, hey, remember that turtle? Yeah, here's an explanation for that. And you go, right?
I guess that's where you and I disagree. Where I found the open question like way more interesting than a single answer that I received.
No, I like knowing the mechanics. So the moment that you see there's the basic incarnation of all yin and all yang, you know, fighting internally in this way. And I was like, okay, so these two things, by seeing their like almost human-like traits, the Rama and I forget the other, but anyway, the yin and yang, we'll call them all, you know. But like by seeing their sort of human traits, you kind of go like, okay, well, you're a little less like divine in your actions, even though you're clearly meant to be these all-encompassing beings. But the idea that it's like the combination of this, of kind of stealing these different bending abilities all together and then piecing it with this thing now, kind of with the yin kind of energy, like I'm like, this is interesting to see the crafting of what is a god being later on in history. You know, we see a floating, glowing god being. To me, I liked seeing how the components of it individually break down into, you got each of these elements, you got a conduit to put it into, you got a battery to supercharge it, and you went to the place where you can combine all of them at this nexus type of thing. I thought that was interesting to see how you build a god.
I don't know, man. To me, like all this like spiritual mysticism boiling down to some guy tricks a bunch of forest spirits to give him magic so that he can finish the eternal battle between two different magic jellyfishes. It didn't do it for me.
All right.
Like the ancient battle between good and evil literally being a good god and a bad god is almost always a brain turnoff for me.
Okay. Like Nyarlathotep and Philemon?
Yeah. Except those two actually don't ever fight each other physically, ever.
Okay.
The instant God and Satan start throwing fists, I'm out.
Yeah. That again, I it didn't bother me as much, and in particular, like I said, I feel that seeing the individual steps that you the ingredients that it takes to make a god, as it were, I feel like that's what we kind of saw with those two episodes. So in the end, you know, it turns out that like, and here's the other bit too. I was like, okay, spirits, what's the point of naming this book after spirits? We remember we ran into one or two of these. Who cares? They were not that huge of a deal in the past. And then now it's like, oh, well, turns out you can make them important to everything. So it's, you know, I was like, all right, it's a little of an ass pull to say that everything comes from the spiritual battle here. It's, you know, but just to say that the story of the first Avatar and how that came to be, I enjoyed. Then we cut back to the future and we go back to the current struggle with Korra, and I'm like, yeah, and now we can, you know, head towards the other side of this and see what it means on the back in the future. And it's like, yeah, okay, so I definitely don't like the like spiritual threat of all evil darkness taking over everything being the major one up from something that's much more like human and in the form of like benders versus non-benders. You know, class-based division is a much more interesting conflict to explore than literally the planet getting covered in purple, you know? So that's kind of like how I felt as we came out of that flashback and started to go into this whole other thing. I also was like, oh yeah, they're heading right for Dark Avatar territory. Clearly the point of creating a Yang is to give Korra a Virgil here. And, you know, I was like, all right, they're gonna clearly go for a Virgil. Don't make it lame. Just make it kind of cool.
It was
please.
so lame, dude.
I didn't hate everything about it. I thought the kaiju form at the end, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's fine. I'll take that. I'll take it. The kaiju form, I'm like, yeah, fine. You know, but it was definitely like not at all a battle that like mattered in the same way that like Korra had to confront like Amon and all that stuff. Like it was just they beam battled, so it could have just gone either way. And that's the part where you're like, okay, it gets clearly it just becomes a energy clash, and this could go whichever way the writing wants it to go. Didn't do much in that regard. The conflict comes through and it's resolved, but there's no clear reason why it worked out that way. Like going into the idea of like self identification, so yourself what's the word? Self-realization, self-actualization being the core point, where Korra is like, I'm going to walk into the bubble that Aang never walked into in space when he was meditating. He got there because the turtle gave it to him later on. He never actually stepped into that thing. So her doing that thing, I was like, oh, you went back to the thing that we didn't get to see. Oh, okay, cool. Sure. What's going to happen now? And it's like, all right, it happens to be the eve of super magic, and it happens to be the perfect situation. Fine. I'll take this.
Confluence of planets.
Yeah, fine, right? Is it the most compelling way this story could have been told? Far from. And is it at all holding a candle to the way things escalated in season 1? Fuck no.
I have like a big motherfucking problem with. So it's weird, right? Because it's one of those things that you talked a lot about Sakura in Naruto, where people are like, I fucking hate Sakura, and then people are like, it's not fair to Sakura that her writer wrote her that way. To which the response is, it's not a real person. It's a fucking character. You can hate them all you want. Like, it's a matter, right? Korra is so stupid and makes, like, season 2 is almost a comedy of errors in her terrible judgment. And them ending the second season on the note of, like, wow, by the time she won, I'm going to use air quotes in here, over the Dark Avatar, she has fucked up more than anyone has ever fucked up in their combined 1,000 lifetimes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that supercut of, like, Aang and fucking
that's
Joshi
where I was
and all
going.
them being super killed.
So that's where
so depressing.
So that's where I was going, right? I was going to say, like, the way we start this season is like fucking meh. We get to the Huan the Huan flashback, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I like this information. I enjoyed this little guidance. No problem. Now let's see where we take it. And we come out and it goes, right, sure, and it continues, and you get to this point where oh, hey, look, it's Iroh. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, here he is. Like, you're pulling on the heartstrings right now. You're manipulating me. I will accept being manipulated.
Right.
And then they kind of like have him shows up and he goes, "Hey, it's me. But I'm here to talk only about what's happening with this." And people who know who I am will be like, "Oh my God, it's you." And they might even be like, I don't know, waiting for some sort of thing relating to that but it's clearly meant to not matter. It can't matter. So it has to just be a pure cameo with no, and I was just like, man, if we could have gotten something, and me and Punch Mom talked about this for a minute, and I was like, if we could have gotten something like, I don't know, like even if it was the slightest thing in the form of like maybe like his little like pet that he's hanging out with is like named after his son or something, where I'm like, okay, so he passed on, he made it, this is where he is now, and in some ways he's kind of not reunited with his kid because that won't happen, but he's put that energy towards this little pet, and they're living out their lives. Yeah. Then I would have been like, oh, he gets a little something, But it was purely like, no, we're just dropping the cameo. And I was like, why couldn't you do a little bit more than that? I know why, but that sucks. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then you get the build-up and everything happens, and they fucking just start, like, like shift deleting avatars from existence.
It's
and I'm like,
really funny.
You're deleting the things I want to see more of. I know this is its own show and character. I get that. But, oh, man. Damn.
It's this really bizarre thing because I don't know how to talk about it because these are characters that are dead. But it's a setting in which even if they're dead, their spirit can come forward and give you a pep talk.
Yes.
Right? And, like, I just watched the clip while you were explaining, and it's like you see the dude hit the little jellyfish, and Aang just deleted, and then the fire guy and Kyoshi deleted. And you're like, no, I like those characters more than all of these characters.
Right, exactly. And then at the end, you're like, the way that shot happened when you see the last, when you see Juan getting wiped, I'm like, they're never coming back. That's not what they're doing this for. And then the end of the season is like, yeah, that's gone. And it's like, okay, they did it so that Korra will be an individual. And I'm like, you can self-actualize without removing some of the coolest hooks that we had for stuff from the past.
I want to clarify something for you because this came out relatively recently. And it was in a like post epilogue thing about Korra, and it was her writing like a series of journals to future avatars, because not only are all the old ones dead,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about something that the creators went and clarified in like supplemental material.
Future stuff though?
Yeah, but after the end of the season, where it's she's writing like a memoir for the future, right? And it's like, I have to write you this memoir because the Avatar reincarnation shit, it's not just all the old ones got deleted.
Okay.
The whole mechanic
I think I want
dead.
I want you to stop there if you don't mind. Just
okay, well that never comes up in the show ever again.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. I was like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But okay, all right. Well, yeah.
My point is that Korra doesn't just screw up everything up until now. It's literally the worst ever.
Okay. Well, so, that ends up happening, and that was like a huge bummer because it was also some of the best parts of the previous show was like, hey, what's going on in the past, guys? What's up? And we always talk about Kyoshi, who's like, murder the fuck out of that guy.
Murder is okay.
And but not just that, but like, like the other times when he gets to tap into the past and be like, can you guys give me some advice? And they're like, yeah, we can do that. I liked that a lot. So I really I was really bummed that like, Korra's actualization required the emptying of the recycling bin. I didn't think you needed to take that step at all, but they went for it, bummer note to end things out on. Yeah, but in the end I'm like, all right, well, we found out some more about her parents, and we found out just how much of a piece of shit that boyfriend is. Whatever the fuck his name is the worst.
You gotta give me a name.
Pretty boy. The one that's not Bolin.
The ones that's not Zuko?
The one that's not Bolin and not Zuko. Yeah.
What's his fucking name? I don't even remember.
He's garbage.
He sucks. Mako. Yeah.
He's fucking trash. So just and like it's funny because he is like a perfect example of like it's like you're a pretty emotionally undeveloped individual, as most of these kids are, and you're doing disappointing things with all that relationship shit, and then Bolin has a moment of like, okay, I can now emotionally manipulate Aubrey Plaza to get out of this situation. And then at the end it's like, no, wait, he actually kind of cared. And you're like, he's the complete opposite in every way, where he's incapable of manipulating somebody because he's too wholesome for it, so fucking enough of that kid.
Like I wish they would have added a scene where like
And I get it, they're kids, Wooly. I know,
wringing his
but
hands, going just like getting drunk at a bar with Bolin. It's like, I just wanted to fuck him, man.
yeah, pretty much, right?
Why
Exactly.
I just
Um,
why I just want to fuck him.
Yeah, and again, like again, yeah, I know they're kids, so I know that they're being dumb about it. But like, we saw multiple kids, especially younger kids, in the previous season, in the previous show. There's a lot of bad relationship decisions people make, and a lot of things that they have to figure out. But this kid's decisions are like constantly disappointing, is what it is, and you know that's what's up.
I'm trying to waterbend these nuts. You know what I'm saying, Bolin?
Yeah. So, I if this is the low point, then great. We can soldier on.
It's the low point by a lot.
Okay.
It's the low point by a lot. Like, I think people will argue about the last season as to where it ranks. I think most people's favorite is the third one. Is definitely my favorite.
I'm all in all, like, you know, continuing to enjoy this show. It's high quality. The fighting was very cool. The choreography in the final episodes was sick. There was some really awesome tag team moments and like just, you know, bending fighting. Right? There's some really
if you
good
like
stuff.
that, you're gonna really like the upcoming shit.
Yeah, they did some cool stuff. You know, so, you know, not to take anything away from that. And overall, like, the quality of the show remains like high in terms of just like the I feel like the production that they're delivering. But yeah, you kind of get these stumbles with the character and their decision making and growth and things like that, where you're just like, okay, this started a lot stronger. The potential was really high, and it would have been perfect if they had the chance to plan all of it out in advance instead of, like, you know, I guess go step by step. Yeah, and that and the whole thing about, like, it's a pretty huge roster, so I can see how there can be moments where you don't really have much for X or Y to do. I can see that happening for sure, because this is a very big supporting cast.
So, I think that's one of my biggest problems with the later two seasons, is that you finish season 2 and you're like, this roster's really big.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And their solution to that would be to, like, more than double the roster in the upcoming season.
Oh boy, you gotta,
like,
yeah, all right.
There are so many fucking characters that they add.
Now, in the name of
that, some get like killer, like, screen time. Like, the villains of 3 and 4 are not just big improvements on Unalaq, but like they get a lot of screen time to do their villain shit and all that stuff, right? But there are so many characters that you would think would be important are clearly being given, like, well, you still exist, right? So you have to do something.
Yeah. There's people where you're like, you don't have to quite, like, people that are like you're here for the season because if it weren't for the setting, you would not be around. They can be left in the dust. So it's like, hey, we're dealing with Korra's parents and this entire tribe and these kids because they're here for the setting. We can leave them behind if the setting moves. And it definitely feels that way with, like, you know, like pro bending and stuff like that. But you got the whole fucking airbending family, and you got the cops and the government, and then you got the crew, and then you know there's just a lot happening. So
you get to play a little game in the upcoming seasons of, like, what character that should have something to do has nothing to do. Like, nothing.
But yeah, in the end, it's like, okay, this is like, it feels like this at its dumbest is dumber than Airbender ever got.
Oh yeah,
it's dumber than Airbender ever got. But it still is like quality cartoon. You know, Like, it's never failing on all fronts. Even when it's being dumb, the art and the choreography and the animation is delivering and stuff like that. So I'm still happy to see where things go. But that's Korra right now.
Korra's in this weird place where if it came out and it was its own thing, I think people would give it like an 8 or a 9. But because the worst bits are way worse than anything we ever got with Avatar, and like it struggles to hit the same highs, people are way harder on it.
If there was a single path of like development that was built over the seasons to a final resolution in the way that that Airbender went, it could have been better. It literally could have been better. But the fact that everything does have to stop, is hurting it, because you look at Airbender and you're like, man, like, from day one he's got to fight the Fire Lord, and then he does it in the final episode of the 3rd season. Like, this is a journey. You got to get there.
All 4 seasons of Korra could be their own shows.
Yeah, and
they're so different.
And here, because how long the pathway to the end of Airbender is, they get to focus on all these missteps along the way, or like being ready, or the fact that like they're having hijinks episodes like weeks before the final battle, and then Aang has a moment of like, why are we having hijinks episodes weeks before the final battle? Like it's you see it go, and it takes time, but that time allows a coherence and a cohesion to everything that I think Korra's kind of missing right now. But we'll see. I'll cut it off there.
I'm very excited to talk to you about season 3.
Yeah. I'll come back in. I'll come back in on the wrap up at the very least. But
I will. Man, that boat scene was sick. How the show was just willing to just murder characters. Dead. Murder. Love it. I love murder in my entertainment. I think it's fun to do in a kid's show.
Okay. So I can't believe Wooly loves midichlorians.
You do. You do though.
No, I don't. I don't.
Hey man, are we about to jump into news? Because I drank too much orange juice and I'm gonna piss my pants.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So you can check out Halo on Wooly Versus continuing, as well as the 1,000-Year Door. And we're going to jump into some Marvel 3 PC later on this week. That's over on Wooly Versus on Twitch, Wooly Versus on YouTube as well. And we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the news.
With the news. All right, I'll be back soon. I gotta go pee-pee. I'll see y'all in a bit, I guess. How do I turn this off? Wait.
Okay. Before we move, quick word from our sponsors.
Oh, before we're live.
We are live right now.
Are we live?
We're super live.
Oh, okay. I was about to tell you a big secret, but
Okay.
it can wait.
All right, it'll wait. Was it about your poop?
Gotta tell me we're live, man. My dick could have been out.
Is that a... Is it a dick or is it a shaved muskrat? Or whatever that was.
I feel like my voice cannot possibly get the look on my face across, but it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Paige tweeted out something that looked like
Oh, it was
dick
the mole rat. Oh, I remember that.
Okay.
No, my dick doesn't have teeth and eyes, bruh.
Okay. This week, the podcast is sponsored by... Pause for anticipation.
Okay.
Bombas.
Hey, Bombas, what up?
Socks.
My feet are currently bare. Can you help me?
Socks. Buy socks. Not bad ones. Buy good ones. Thanks, Bombas.
That, like, oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
If only. No! You know the deal. They're the best socks. They're the most comfortable socks you can get. The socks you have, they're not Bombas. They're garbage. Throw them out. Right now. Terrible. Worthless. You don't want that. You want good feeling socks on your feet. It's important. Why? Because good feeling socks on your feet, every time you walk around, you get that nice little like, ooh, and that thing makes you feel better overall because you're using your feet all day.
What you mean.
You're feeling your feet all day. It makes you feel better overall. It's a constant reminder of comfort, you know? So don't mess around with garbage quality socks. What's up with the Bombas socks? They get rid of the weird thing that happens when you wear them down and then they just start to tear apart and fall because and fall to pieces because, you know, the material's garbage. They get rid of the weird seam. And
I don't know how they do that. That's weird.
they make it form-fitting to your feet. And for every pair of socks you purchase, Bombas donates a pair to someone in need. And yeah, with this, they've been able to give over 34 million pairs of socks and counting nationwide through 3,000 plus network giving partners. So, hey, socks are important. Giving to those who need them is great, and giving to those who need them, the best quality, good, comfortable pairs of socks is even better. So, hey, get yourself some good socks. Look at your socks. They're terrible. Stop it. Buy it. Don't do that. Support the podcast. Get the socks. Give a pair when you buy a pair. Get 20% off of your first purchase at bombas.com/superbeast. That's BOMBAS.com/superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.com/superbeast. Good socks.
Thank you, Bombas.
Do buy. Thank you, Bombas. The podcast is also sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Hey, ExpressVPN, what up?
Big security, big safe. Put on your computer button, click button, get safe. Watch better shows because show companies suck, and they're say
terrible.
They're
just terrible.
They're like, you're not allowed to watch this. You're standing on the wrong patch of dirt. That soil you're standing on, you're not. That soil's not allowed to watch this cool thing.
Hey, man, you want to fucking unlock Steam games maybe like 3 hours early?
Sorry,
totally
you're on the wrong patch of dirt. Fix that stupid stuff. It's garbage.
Delete TikTok off your phone. Get ExpressVPN instead.
Get ExpressVPN. Doesn't matter if you get your internet from Verizon, Comcast, and up here in Canada, we've got precious few options. But ISPs,
got the Rogers, the Bell, the Videotron.
ISPs, whatever the case is, you wanna get ExpressVPN so that you can absolutely, get access to all kinds of cool shows on your favorite streaming platforms and other uses. As Pat mentioned, access to video games is also a cool thing you can do. I have used it to watch episodes of YouTube videos that I'm not allowed to watch. So
what? That's crazy.
There's YouTube videos that are like, hey, where you live in? You live over there? Go fuck yourself. I'm like, but I want to watch the YouTube video. And then they're like, you can't do it. And then I'm like, hey, ExpressVPN, can you help me? And then they're like, yeah, just click here. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, bam, I'm watching the video. It's the best kind of service because it's the kind that you forget about immediately after you use it, because it just fades into the background. It's great. So it lets you reroute your internet connection through secure servers and keeps all your information secure, encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. And it's available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV. There's no excuse to not be using it. Protect your online activity and get access to all the good stuff that is region locked today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. You can visit our exclusive link at expressvpn.com/superbeast and get an extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Thank you very much, ExpressVPN.
Thank you, ExpressVPN.
So yeah, a couple things going on news-wise to drop. In fact, a lot more non-game news of excitement that happens to be going on. One of them is a trailer drop for The World Ends With You, the animation.
That's game news.
Well, either way, it's fucking cool. I'm super...
Yeah, it is cool.
Super happy to see this thing getting an anime series after all this time. It's one of those background, like, man, that was a cool idea. That was a cool art style. Good music. Fun franchise. Never became the Kingdom Hearts beast that it certainly had the potential to become. But everyone clearly has affections for, the aesthetic and Neku and everything about it at the time. It's one of the few that locks in that Jet Set Radio feeling. So we get the phone ports and things like that over the days, and enter, like, I've gone back to it, and like I said, like, I feel like the single screen version of the game is my preferred edition. But now, in the style of Persona, there's an anime, and the trailer, if you check it out, is actually putting the effort in to make the characters resemble their artwork, which
it's really cool.
really respect, because, like, they could have been cowards and went for a safe, easy, tried and true, anime art style that you don't have to really put as much work into, but instead they went for, like, accuracy to the models of accuracy to the art style of the original, and, like,
super thick black outlines,
beautiful
on everything.
I have tons of respect for the fact that they went that way on it. I like that. I like the fact that they're willing to not compromise on the aesthetic. Looks great.
Finally, I can enjoy The World Ends With You without having to suffer through its terrible, terrible controls.
It's really not great controls.
It has finally reached
it's not
what
great
it
controls.
Probably should have been in the first place.
Yeah, and I'm open to debating on that one, because I know that it's more of a personal preference than it is a universal. But I really like everything else about the series, so I'm super glad to see it come back. And hey, if we can get a fat ass remix of The Power Is Yet Unknown we all win at the end of the day. So, Twewi, aka Twewi, aka Subarashiki, is happening, and I'm all about it. I love that.
Hey, Wooly. You mentioned that Persona got an anime.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Persona 5 dub announcement in the news this week?
No, what up?
There's a dub they're going to make for the Persona 5 anime, and it's coming to North America soon on Blu-ray for the low price of, I think, 20 to 25% off of $300 US. It's normally $400, but they're giving us a deal.
Fucking criminals, man. Just fucking criminal. Just steal from our wallets, please. Just be honest and just go just run the money. Put the gun up, run the jewels. Just do crime. Just do the crime. Don't even dance around it with these price tags. Just put the gun in my face and tell me to run my shit. And I go, all right, Atlas, here you go. Assholes.
I think it's Aniplex, right?
Oh, excuse me.
They always do that shit. I think the funniest thing, by far, right? I'm just gonna assume it's a 22-minute show, right? And it's 26 episodes, right? If I'm wrong, if it's like 50, then I'm wrong. But let's just assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is, let's see, $11 per episode, which is about, I don't know, 50 cents an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get Persona 4 Royal, a high-quality video game, which, unlike the anime, is high quality, for like $60, and that shit's like 125 hours long and is really good.
I'm retrieving
people.
What's up?
And people are also pointing out that one episode of this show is more expensive than a movie in a theater.
Yeah. I'm grabbing my 1998 Trigun box set of DVDs, and I'm trying to find an MSRP on it. And it doesn't have one. So I don't remember how much I spent. But
excuse me.
Like the fact that prices in anime for Blu-rays have been so insanely high for so long that it's just the norm now, like, is one of the grossest things about that entire process. And it's like, it's a wonder that, like, no one's going to bother. Is it entirely just based on the fact that, like, is it a chicken and egg scenario where it's like everyone goes, fuck that, I'm not doing that, I'm just going to watch it some other way? And then they go, well, now the prices get higher. Is it one of these little seesaws?
So,
I would love to.
I have dove in deep on this a couple times, and I have a basic explanation. The first of which is that they have always been overpriced. Always, right? Particularly in the Japanese market.
Because this
right?
box set was reasonable at the time I bought it. I don't remember what I paid for this, but it was not insane. I remember it being like, something I had to, like, save up for a little bit, but it was nowhere near what you're saying. This was a very reasonable box set, as is the rest of the ones up here, which are all from the late 90s to early aughts.
So, it's always been overpriced. Always. And then when piracy changed the game, the solution to that was not to go towards streaming or duck prices. It was, well, let's calculate whatever money we're losing and then increase the price linearly till we make the same amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Over and over and over and over and over.
Right. And also
and that led to a situation in which Blu-ray sales would then, or DVD sales would only appeal to super hardcore consumers, right? Which led to the creation of anime specifically for those super hardcore consumers.
Yeah.
Which is where that wave of like moe anime waifu shit came in.
Didn't
that wave of garbage?
And my favorite show, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, which was straight to OVA format. But didn't the markup start in Japan at the Blu-ray level, where it's not even like it's like the translation being insane is just the expensive price being passed on?
Yeah, so there's two things there. So the DVD and Blu-ray prices in Japan are disgusting. They're like 100. Like people are pointing out, like 3 JoJo episodes can be like $150 in Japan. And the way that at least Aniplex does their prices for English versions is they need to be expensive enough that Japanese people will not reverse import them.
Right.
Which is why you get the Persona 5 anime for $300. It's also why you get situations where like $250 box sets of Blu-rays will come out and have no Japanese voice track at all. Or when you turn on Japanese, you can't turn off subtitles.
Right.
To dissuade reverse importation, because they need to keep the local market selling at these disgusting prices. It reminds me of, I think it was a quote from Capcom USA talking about Tekken Cross Street Fighter, where they're like, guys, every 360 game is going to get hacked. Like, they're going to find this shit in a day for the locked characters.
Right, on the disc,
and Capcom Japan's response is like, why would they do that? That's illegal. I feel like that is often the attitude towards other ways to acquire media in Japan. In particular, instead of going towards streaming services, right, or anything like that, there has also been a concerted effort that has been more successful in Japan than even the United States to increase copyright penalties for piracy. Penalties for piracy in Japan can be like very severe and like big jail time and all sorts of shit like that. So to make people scared of the piracy, so that they will buy the $350 Blu-ray, which just ends up creating a situation where anime in Japan, like the market around it, is fucking precarious. Where they're trying to keep the same amount of money coming in, and the solution is literally to just charge more and more and more. And to a increasingly small base. I feel like that fucking industry is going to crash in the next couple of years.
Well, sucks.
But I was saying that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So
sucks to hear about P5 on that. That's And
well, luckily for all of you.
Aniplex, run your shit. Empty that pocket. Now the other one. Give me those shoes, nigga. Run those shoes.
Lucky for all of you. The Persona 5 anime is bad.
Yeah, is it?
It's not good. So just don't.
Fine. Done.
Don't
Sorted.
even bother watching it.
Totally dodgeable. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I remember seeing clips from the P4 anime, the first one, and then even the second one, and it'd take me a second, because I'd see it happen and be like, wait, that's not an FMV from the Golden. What is that? Oh God, you know, and I'd be like, oh, does it just look worse all the time? And it's like, yeah, probably, but it's longer. I'm like, well, fuck it, I'll just
The
just
P4
enjoy the game.
anime is actually really good.
Okay.
It's a really good adaptation. And the funniest thing about that is that Aniplex had it run for 25 episodes on broadcast and then put the ending of the show in the Blu-ray.
Oh, you fucking...
Only.
That's scummy. That's pretty scummy.
Oh, yeah. And
what?
You remember P4, right?
Yeah.
That game has a perfect plot to put the real ending in as a bonus.
What I saw for the P5 anime, I think I saw a clip of an all-out attack that just lacked all the impact and pizzazz, and it just didn't have the fucking flair of it, you know. But it had the same visuals, and I was like, oh yeah, oh that's not at all carrying the energy that it's supposed to.
It's really funny because, like, you know, you adapt a book into a show or a comic into a movie, you know, right? You don't have all the pieces there, right? But in a game like P5, where there's cutscenes all over the place and all the visual language is very explicitly spelled out for you, from the blocking to the timing to the sound effects to the actual effects, and you fail to translate it, what the fuck are you doing?
But somehow Sakurai managed to nail it.
Reminds me of, did you play RE5?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember when Sheva and Chris confront Wesker and he throws the sunglasses at him and they have a little fight? You know, Chris catches the sunglasses and then Wesker punches him.
Barely.
There's one of the Resident Evil films which steals that scene shot for shot, punch for punch. And it is the flattest, most limp dick fucking embarrassment. Like the direction on the Capcom guys who are using their new like directing motion capture tech is so much better than the real, big air quotes, Hollywood director. It's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah. No, my point in bringing up Sakurai was that, like, it's just like the official thing converted it worse than the person who cared to make the guest spot have detail and put love into it. So that sucks. Anyway, boo, those prices. So other things going on though is Amazon is apparently making a Fallout TV series with the creators of Westworld.
Oh, sick!
Big excitement.
You mean the same Amazon that just unreleased Crucible?
And the same Westworld that took a big steaming shit right on your foot. And you're like, but I didn't want this here. And they're like, well, now it's here. And then you're like...
See that Crucible thing, though?
What happened?
Crucible, that is a first-person shooter that Amazon Studios put out or whatever. And it's so bad that the game has turned back into Crucible beta on Steam.
Oof. Nope.
It has been unreleased.
That's oof. No. Back in the oven. No good.
So they're gonna make a Fallout show, huh?
Few people have the balls to unrelease a game, I gotta say. That takes some moxie. Usually
it's very rare.
You know, usually you'd release it and then go on day one like, hey, look, we know how bad it is. We're gonna day one patch it, day two patch it, week 3 patch it, you know. Wow. Just straight up unreleased. Okay. Yeah, that's the "don't look at me. I'm not ready. That's I'm naked. Stop looking." That's not anywhere. All right. Well, yeah, them and they're teaming up with uh the other Nolan, Jonah, I
Uh-huh.
believe. Um, hey man, season 1 was tight. It was good. He did a lot of good work
Yeah,
writing that. Jonah Nolan and Lisa Joy.
hey,
It just.
you know what's no longer tight?
Hmm.
Fucking Fallout.
Yeah, so it's a weird thing of like, okay, so the studio that just fucked up is teaming up with the creators that just fucked up to work on the franchise that just fucked up.
Ooh, I'm excited.
All right. Also, it's a nice case too of I don't like this is a thing that I also like. I'm like, when you see like someone, let's say a director makes successfully or just like critically makes a movie or a series or has a show of some kind, and it just happens to be like thematically similar or like the flavor happens to be similar to some other IP, and then that IP
Yeah.
goes, get that guy to do our thing, and then it's like, well, you want
Nintendo, hire this man.
hire this man, but essentially it's like to the creators who in often cases want to work on completely different things. You're like, we're gonna pay you to come aboard and do exactly what you just did over there, except with this title instead. But do the same thing again.
Do it.
And there's a little bit of like just kind of like really? Is that, I guess, it feels like putting a budget to the short-sighted like vision of like Nintendo hire this man or play part 2. When's part 2 of the thing I'm looking at right now? More of that. Like it feels like
Give more.
this. Yeah, give it. It feels like the studio money version of that, where they're just, you made Game of Thrones. You should come here and make our EverQuest movie.
No.
It also has swords. You can do swords, can't you? Get the sword boys. Get the sword. They can do the with the dragons and the shit. They can do it, right? It's just and it's like, all right, I guess that's the best you got. All right. So that's happening, and stay tuned.
I'm excited.
I too am excited.
I'm very excited.
Because like those Fallout cutscenes and intros always have a cool flavor to them. That's all old timey and thematic, and it's a world where you can do stuff, right?
Hey, hey, do you want to have a pass fail barometer for how bad this show's going to be? They're going to put out the first trailer, and the line that will be spoken at the beginning will be war never changes. And you will be able to tell the future whether or not it is Ron Perlman saying it or not. If it is Ron Perlman, you go, maybe they care. They at least know, right? But if it's anyone that's not Ron Perlman, it's going to be super trash.
I imagine you're going to see the character with the armor on the box.
Oh yeah, Brotherhood of Steel
doing the thing, and you're going to go
minor.
There it is.
Minor part of Fallout.
But there it is on the box. Here it is in the show. It's the most... Look, it's the Fallout Man. There he is.
That's not...
Nope. Main character of the show. Main character of the show, Fallout Man. He's right there. Now you know it's real. John Fallout. That's him right there. Yep. It's gonna be good.
I can't think of a game series that is less appropriate to adapt into something like a TV show. Fallout as a genre is like a big open Western style RPG that has your character being a nobody that you define by hundreds, if not thousands, of individual decisions, and is mostly people hanging around and talking. And by its own genre definition, does not have a John Fallout. That's why the logo and all the branding is around the Pip-Boy, is around the bobblehead dude. What's this fucking, you know?
Well, you don't have to worry, because on the list of executive producers there to make sure the brand stays on track is one Mr. Howard. First name God. So it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Keeping the brand on track.
You know what that show should be? It should be 12 episodes. And the first and last episodes should deal with the plot, and the remaining 10 should be hijinks. Should have the same kind of plot structure as Cowboy Bebop.
A lot of things should be like Cowboy Bebop. While we're saying words, sure. Sure.
I don't like it.
Nothing to worry about. Fuck, put him in the show.
You want to
give him a speaking role.
You want to hear something really crazy? If you go on Fallout 76 on Steam, do you know what its user rating is? Mostly positive.
Not overwhelmingly contested.
Nope.
Overwhelmingly mixed.
Do you know why?
Mm-hmm.
Since the game was out and was a trash fire for like a year prior to its Steam release, the only people who bought it
later on
Steam when it came out were people that already liked it.
Roll safe. Smart shit. Smart shit. Absolutely. Brilliant. That's fucking genius.
And it's still only mostly positive.
That's brilliant. I cannot fault this plan. This is yeah. You completely swerve so that people who come in to review the situation, they see some broken glass on the ground, they see some blood dried, but otherwise the room seems pretty clean. There's, no need to worry about what happens in here. It's, a little bit of glass, a little bit of blood, but you sweep it up and then you got yourself a nice big empty room. It's fine. Positive. So, that's going down. And in the meantime, it feels like we're getting all these updates, but like nothing in terms of progress seems to be occurring. But nonetheless, John Voight Roberts is the director of the Metal Gear Solid movie. And
oh my god. Yeah, okay.
Remember? Yeah, so he's been talking some stuff and and like we've been seeing lots of words over time. But latest interview he did says he's also working in the background on trying to get a Metal Gear animated series greenlit.
Oh, I bet.
With David Hayter cast. So
I have been hearing about a Metal Gear movie for 20 years.
Well, that's exactly it, right? And let's be honest, let's be real, let's keep it to a fucking dollar on this, keep it 100. If you have not seen a Metal Gear movie exist, that might be for the best. The timeline where we keep hearing about it but not seeing it might be the better timeline.
Might be.
So, hey, things might be great right now that there's no movie. Don't ever sleep on that possibility. But in the meantime, here we are, and if I'm not mistaken, I forgot, he came up because of something else. There was I think like a test footage thing, or there's something that was done recently, or like last year, to be like, oh, check it out, this is happening. But yeah, at the same time of this, like, kind of ghost movie, we're seeing, he says he's talking about an animated series, and he wants to bring back David Hayter. To be perfectly honest, if you could cancel the movie and just make an animated series with David Hayter, that would be the best way to go.
I completely agree.
We don't need a live action movie for this fucking thing.
I can't. So the movie of Metal Gear would either be nothing like Metal Gear, or have the worst pacing a movie has ever had. There's no in between. Like, yeah. I showed up for Metal Gear to have some busted ass old president of some arms company tell me about the nightmare of nuclear proliferation for like 25 fucking minutes, and show me a bunch of stock footage and tell me about the START 2 treaty and shit.
If anything, did you see the BD?
I did not.
So adding the music, adding the timing, adding the little bits and pieces of these cutscenes that just feel so Kojima flavored, it's necessary. It's reading it as a comic, you're like, okay, Ashley got pretty close to the Yoji art, but not 100%. There's still,
well, that's impossible.
You
that's
can't,
not
you,
even
yeah,
fair.
you know what I mean, and yeah, exactly. So we get it, but you want to have all of these little things in place, and a Hollywood movie is just gonna fucking hand wave all of that shit,
It's funny because Kojima is like 40% of his body is made of movies, right? And his games have been criticized for being too movie-like. They like roll around in a pool of how much a bunch of video games they are. Even Death Stranding, which I was thinking about just the other day. Man, I really, really, really love Death Stranding because it's weird. And that is a fucking video game. I cannot think of, God, any adaptation of Death Stranding into anything else would just be terrible. Would just be the worst.
Pretty much unconsumable media.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just horrible.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're games. They don't need to be movies.
No, bringing back Hater would be pretty solid. Ha 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 ha. No pun intended, literally. But it would be a good move for an animated series. And I think I've even like whatever, like I've the moment I beat MGS5, I got over the Kiefer thing.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh yeah, okay, fine. You beat it and you go, yeah, sure. But
that's fine.
But yeah, I say scrap this whole fucking movie and put all your effort towards pitching this instead,
Totally.
And drop 100%. It on Netflix, and then you don't have a problem with access or distribution or, like numbers. Just there you go.
Corn Dog Man. How's that go again? Corn Dog Man. It's an old Metal Gear joke. It's like, my name's Corn Dog Man, and I love corn dogs. Let me tell you my corn dog story. 25 minutes later. And that's how I became a corn dog.
And finally, rounding out the movie hour slash TV hour is a combined story of just, for some reason, the planets have aligned, and we are getting Beavis and Butthead revived for Comedy Central, Daria spinoff Jody greenlit by Comedy Central, Clone High revived by MTV Studios, network being decided, and Mission Hill revival of Gus and Wally as the side characters being shopped around to networks for a possible green light. MTV Animation, MTV cartoons are just fucking back. Out of nowhere. MTV cartoons are just fucking back. Most notably, Clone High, Mission Hill, and Daria. All, like, yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. I don't know what it is, but Lord Miller's mustaches coming together again. They're gonna be for well, I mean, they've been working on big name movies and shit, but the Clone High teaser we saw in fucking Spider-Verse, right? It's like clearly something was being worked on. It's happening. It's fucking happening, dude. Like, all these MTV cartoons were so good, and in fact, Undergrads, if I'm not mistaken, also had that Kickstarter. Don't know where that went or what's happening there, but that was another show as well that we were waiting on the return of Undergrads, because these all deserved follow-up seasons. There were all these really good cartoons that came out, had one season, and then got dropped by MTV. Downtown was like the first one, I think. I want to say Downtown was the first one, which was also pretty fun, pretty all right. A lot of these shows kind of relied on the MTV like network music choices so that they can put like a whole bunch of licensed real music in their shit.
Right.
But man, like, all of this shit coming back simultaneously is just like overload. That's amazing news. I'm most excited for Clone High, personally.
I would like to point something out. At the very beginning of this, you said somehow the planets have aligned.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware that on Saturday, the planets aligned.
No, I didn't know that.
All of them.
Even
Pluto.
I didn't know that.
About once every 200 years. So yeah, they did.
I was thinking of Korra.
They literally did,
because they lined up in Korra.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, Korra came out like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know, but for me, I watched the planets align on my television on Saturday.
Oh, that's crazy. So let's all get excited for whatever astrological significance that holds for 2020. Is it just a bunch of cool cartoons coming back? That'd be nice.
If that's the trade-off we get for the rest of this, I'll take it.
Somebody had the shittiest Baylet ever.
I'll settle for the Baylet that brings us some old cartoons. That's a decent fucking, that would be nice. Because hey, I expect nothing. So the mere pittance that is my college year memories of some fun cartoons would be nice. It'd be nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Beavis and Butthead there too.
I've never seen Beavis and Butthead.
Oh yeah, not in a single episode.
Not a one.
It's a mixed bag, man. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. It's a really
mixed bag. Like Aqua Teen's a mixed bag, or like.
Well, okay. Aqua Teen, I've only seen the funniest bits that people have like isolated, so I can't really say what Aqua Teen is like when it's not great. More like
Aqua Teen. Aqua Teen's really consistent, but I don't know if it's good. I just kept watching it.
Okay, there's some episodes of Metalocalypse that are kind of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little like that in a weird way. But like, there's a big part of Beavis and Butthead was riffing on music videos, and if you didn't particularly care about the music video they were riffing on, then that whole thing fell flat.
Okay, yeah.
You know, they were just riffing on bands and whatever was going on, and a part of that was just like, all right, I don't particularly get this, so it's not really landing. But sometimes it was funny. It was just, it's a fucking dice roll on it. I generally prefer the spin-offs. I think the things that came out of Beavis and Butthead are better than Beavis and Butthead. King of the Hill and Daria.
What came out of Beavis and... Oh! Well, yeah. Daria's great.
Yeah. Those are both better shows than the source material. So... Okay.
Sorry, I just got distracted because my cat has really soft paws. They're very sweet.
So,
I love you.
Just a quick heads up to anybody who is interested. A game that I talked about earlier in a previous episode was Ex-Zodiac. This was the game that essentially was a Kickstarter Star Fox spiritual successor. Well, the Kickstarter is live, and it continues to look like an awesome Star Fox type game. Ex-Zodiac. And
oh man, that looks so Star Fox.
It fucking does.
That is so Star Fox.
And like, it's one of those Kickstarter videos personally where like you click play and you instantly see the thing. No time wasted, no, not even a logo or a person talking to you. You just get to it, because and that's what I kind of want out of Kickstarter videos these days, because there's a lot that you go through. So you kind of want to just go, okay, give me the elevator pitch. You know, let the video work as an elevator pitch, and you click it and you see Star Fox energy, and you're like, done, on board.
Well, I mean, ever since Kickstarter changed its rules that you have to have something to show, that has been much more common.
But the build up to nothing in some cases, you know, sometimes you'd get a build up to like some artwork slowly panning across the screen, and then like 5 seconds of gameplay, and I'm like, I can't in good conscience tell people to fucking go, you know, check this thing out if I have no faith in it myself.
I mean, shit, I'm on Steam right now and there's a demo for it.
So, Ex-Zodiac, currently halfway through its campaign. No, looks like it's doing pretty healthy. I checked prior, and it was not doing healthy.
Right.
But now it seems to be okay. But nonetheless, go take a peep, and there's a demo you can play of this, and yeah, it's you know, it's basically you're picking up where the classic Star Fox games left off. And this is sorely needed.
For those of you guys looking for it, it's Ex-Zodiac spelled with an E, like
Ex-Zodiac is
I had trouble finding it for a second.
I'll say Ex-Zodiac so that people can nail it down.
Yeah, it's at like 58,000 of a goal of 33,000, so they're good.
Pilot is a monkey girl. She's
got a tail.
She's like an Andros girl kind of thing. Ship.
Is the villain gonna be a big evil fox head?
Who knows?
That'd be good.
Ship is called the Ultraviolet Mark III. That's a good name. And yeah, have fun with that. There's also a screenshot of No, wait, never mind. That's not true. For a second, I thought I was looking at multiplayer. But yeah, go take a peek. Go take a peek. Looks exciting. It looked great the first time they showed the trailer when I talked about it months ago, and now you can actually get in there. So there's that, and lastly, just a random ass cool PSA, but it's like I have not exactly. I'm not somebody that's paying attention to the Monster Hunter World modding scene.
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw this ridiculously cool great sword mod by Akinusuka, which is a giant sword that looks like the lost tech from Breath of the Wild almost, with its own ink splotch explosions. I'm going to retweet it.
So
I was very impressed because I'm like, that looks like, to me, that's your fucking resume to apply to work somewhere. Is like, yeah, look what I modded into this game. Like, super impressive. Cool, great sword.
it's the Gogmazios great sword. Oh man, that monster's never coming back. So yeah, the mod's the only way you're gonna get it.
I saw the fists.
I have a friend of mine.
Go ahead.
I have a friend of mine who's hung out in the fucking Monster Hunter World modding Discord and has done some like background work, just like filing models and not the actual modding, but like helping those guys out with resources. The modding scene is that Monster Hunter has fans that are insane, just nuts. And for Worlds, they're doing this thing where they're like desperate to get as many monsters in as possible. But there appears to only be one or two guys building weapons. And the series has had a long history of like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of unique weapons, which that one guy can't do. And I think their focus is probably the correct one, which is like get more monsters in there than weapon models. But this has led to a situation where the game is, I mean, it's not the easiest thing to mod in the world, but people have busted it open.
But they're basically crazy. Just reinserting old shit.
Yeah, and they're like, well, we know what it's supposed to look like. All we have to do is model it.
Okay. And
put it in. There is a lot more ambitious shit for World.
Yeah,
happened.
I talked the other day about like the fists that they were too coward to actually win the contest with. That like someone actually just made them and they look great. So it's like, okay, this scene is actively out there doing professional grade modding on this. Like it looks like it belongs.
Yeah. The other thing is that I mean, there's rebalances, there's cheat mods, there's a bunch of costumes and anime titty mods. You want your anime titties? You can get them in there.
As you do.
I have been modded into the game as a Palico. With Remry's model. There's people who are adding
is that how you say
monster
that?
Variants.
I always said Remirai.
Hey, Remry, hit us up. How do we say your name?
Is it Remirai or is it Remry? Anyway.
Yeah, all sorts of shit. And one of the more interesting things is that Capcom is like, when Iceborne came out, they had some back and forth on the Denuvo stuff and they locked it down and stuff like that, right? But they didn't kill modding for it. They made it slightly more difficult because they made the game a little more secure, but modding is still like not a problem. And they have taken, when Iceborne came out, they clearly looked at what the most popular mods were and implemented those as features. So one of the most popular mods by far was when an item dropped on the ground, like a monster tier or something, it would just be this little white item with a tiny little sparkle on it. And there was a guy who made a mod that has it show like a big beam of light coming off the ground so that you can fucking find it and pick it up pretty easily.
Okay, but hold on. Are these mods just sitting on the Steam Workshop?
No, they're sitting on the Monster Hunter World Nexus.
Oh, okay. So like
These are not officially supported.
Yeah, that's the thing I was gonna say, because like the workshop is like, okay, well, it's here. The game would then let you do it, but okay, Capcom says no. All right.
Yeah, Nexus, which is Nexus is the middle point where it's not official,
It's not
but
official.
it's recognized.
Yeah, all right, recognized.
And then
how's it recognized?
Then the third part is like, are you downloading your mods off fucking GitHub?
Yeah, right. Hope. Yeah.
But they added the light pillar as a feature to Iceborne and a bunch of other little stuff. They've been working very hard to get the layering system into the game, the transmog system, which PC players like hacked into the game very fast, but they're doing it their slow ass like actual implementation way. So I'm very interested to see what kind of stuff the modding scene like inspires in whatever the hell the sequel to World is.
I find it so strange now that we're talking about it, I guess, that like I don't know. Let me I don't expect every company and every studio to be as open and friendly to mods as like a lot of the indie games we get are. You know, a lot of indie games come out and are just like, do what you want, stick anything in there, have fun. Oh, Darkest Dungeon, throw whatever you want inside, you know, go nuts. I don't expect that. Excuse me, because not a lot of companies are just too traditional and closed off for that idea. But I definitely would expect by this point, it feels weird that like they wouldn't have the same sort of like, they wouldn't look at it the same way that like say Sega does when it comes to like Sonic fan games and things like that. You know, where like you're like Sega is not putting like fan uploaded like fan feature uploaders into their shit, you know, but like clearly they're embracing of that culture and of what's going on in that way. And it just feels like it's just a net positive. So why would you kind of be so slow on the uptake when you're seeing other communities with healthy modding scenes? And you'd be like, no, we're too stubborn.
Capcom overall at the company has been really, really good about people making fan games. I remember we played Tekken and Mega Man Cross Street Fighter.
Mega Man Cross Street Fighter, yeah.
Yeah, and they've been very open about like people have modded all the new Resident Evil games.
Oh, you know, the first Capcom fan game was Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition, technically. So.
Right. And they've always had this thing where they look at it, they see them across the room, and they don't cross and shake hands or anything. But they're like, yeah, hey, you're okay.
Well, I remember they had to work to get that Mega Man Cross Street Fighter like officialized. That was a big deal for them, you know. Whereas Sega is kind of just like, oh yeah, man, guys, go nuts, you know. But it's not, and it's not the level of we've put the modding feature in and can let you click the button that says mods on. Yeah. But you should definitely at this point have some sort of like policy besides we're fucking assholes with a wall up, eat shit, aka Nintendo.
So to answer your question, why? Because like the Resident Evil games have been modded, and Devil May Cry games get modded and stuff like that, but they haven't had the mod support, or sorry, the mod push that Monster Hunter has, right? And I would see that Monster Hunter World or its sequel or whatever would actually totally be a really good game for like official mod support. The problem with that is that Monster Hunter World is made by the Monster Hunter team, who, if you remember correctly, made their first PC game last year. And don't know how things work and are weird. Maybe next time, but I would not expect anything too forward thinking out of that gang.
Also,
the PC version for a long time was like holding together with glue and tape.
I suppose
they recently, like I want to say a couple months ago, finally fixed like the CPU utilization bug on Iceborne.
The other thing with Capcom embracing mods is if they go all the way in, then suddenly they're sending you towards functioning Virgil mods in your Devil May Cry 5.
Yeah.
And multiplayer. So,
which, I mean, don't play that Virgil mod. You have no idea what could happen. You wouldn't want to play an unofficial Virgil, would you?
Yeah. So. All right.
Well,
cool sword.
Definitely don't play an unofficial Virgil mod within the next 6 months. That would be a terrible idea.
The modders found a concentration meter in the game. They literally put the character number up by 1, and then they went, "What the fuck is that?" And it's like, "Oh, that's a concentration meter." And they're like,
"What are you talking about?"
Oh.
What do you?
Okay.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Protect his smile. It's wholesome. Not him though.
Capcom's a weird company because everyone always knows what they're doing, and everyone's like, "Yeah, cool, good, do that." Well, now anyway, not back in the day. Back in the day, it's like, no, stop.
Yeah, I've been meaning to like pop that back in and give it another roundabout, and I was like, you know what? I'll wait a little bit.
Oh man, Wooly, did you see that fucking stupid statement by Capcom that says Resident Evil Village is not Resident Evil 8?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
What the actual fucking stupid shit is that?
I don't know if the standard operating procedure as a RE fan is to just get jerked around by the dick like this. But,
it sure is. It sure is.
I would not stand for it personally. I do not approve of this kind of jerking.
That was clickbait, darn it. But it says 8 in the title. We want to call it Village. Oh, hey, we got a message on Twitter. It's Remurai. Thanks, okay. Remurai.
Cool. 14-year-old name. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Let's take some letters.
I'll remember that. Fuck it. Hey, can you guys see this cat foot?
No, it's an MP3. CastleSuperBeastMail@gmail.com. CastleSuperBeastMail@gmail.com.
All right. What do we got for letters this week?
We got one coming in. Let's go with this one. Dear Castle Super Beast, first time emailer. Been with you since the Machinima days. Now, watching the playthrough of Halo as an anime-only watcher, I wanted to bring up a couple things about the game development and a question about the visual design. Forgive me for covering any information you've already seen. But yeah, just a heads up that the anniversary edition of the game was built off of a PC port of the original Halo CE, which was made by Gearbox. This port had a multitude of graphical problems that caused certain textures to look flat or muddier. As a result, the original graphics on Anniversary Edition are not the same as the original Xbox release. To get the instantaneous switch between the old and new ones working, they had to run 2 instances of itself at the same time, and Saber Interactive had to make a separate rendering engine to process it. This created collision problems, as the upscaled models had more polygons and slightly different dimensions. This caused entity positions to be different in 2 versions that led to various issues such as items clipping through the floor for the player, floating around, and all kinds of stuff. And this was done with about 1 year, with a 1 year development cycle, so it could be made in time for the 10th anniversary. As a result of the quick development cycle, a lot of the gun models and characters were just lifted from Reach and 3. All this being said, the fact that they got it together working in the final product is nothing short of amazing. Many people do have gripes with the visual design in certain areas of the game, and he provides some examples and links. Yeah, wow. I didn't realize how fucking like miraculous the conditions were that they had to do this under. My question is this: have you ever seen instances of graphical redesigns taking away from something's original design, and how do they detract from the original intent? There's a very stunning moment in Halo in particular where it's one of the first times you look at the sky box and see the Halo going into the distance, and the mood of the reimagined version is just completely different because the Halo itself is de-emphasized with atmospheric perspective. It fades into the sky, and in the original, it's this large, ominous shape that curves upwards, and you're like it's so much more impactful in the original versus what you saw in the remake, you know?
I mean, I could just mention things that horribly fucked it up, like the Silent Hill HD collection, but I don't think that's
for years that's
actually
been,
being. I don't think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about like a modification to a look. I know a lot of people really didn't like the stuff Bluepoint did to Shadow of the Colossus, but I loved it.
I thought they did a really good job.
Yeah, and I similarly really like the stuff they're doing with
Demon Souls.
With Demon Souls, yeah. I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
RE4. No More Heroes. Yeah. Something with a new one is just completely inferior for some reason.
I think one of the more interesting ones is that there's a mod for Resident Evil 5 that takes away the color filter. And people are like, wow, look how vibrant and gorgeous all the areas in RE5 look when they don't have that horrible green filter on them. And I'm like, those areas are supposed to look like fucking shitholes. Like, they're not supposed to be, like, beautiful and gorgeous. They're supposed to look like garbage. I don't know.
I feel like there's something that I played where, like, a certain monster was just, like, updated and made to look way more generic, but the original was, like, less comprehensible and thus scarier. If something comes, like, I don't know what it was, something comes to mind where it's like you made a shinier version of this thing, but it doesn't look as scary because it's just a bland whatever monster, you know. But I can't think of what it was. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, the flood themselves, like the infected in Halo, definitely don't look as scary in the newer form. They kind of have those little, like, leaf like branch things sticking out of them, like they're, I don't know, it just, like, the guys, it didn't have the same, it didn't look as horrifying because in the original the models looked like it was like fully bursting out of them, but they were also melted into it and you couldn't quite tell where one stopped and the other started. whereas in the newer models, it was very clearly just like a hole with a thing sitting inside of it. You know, yeah. I'm sure there's a better example, but unfortunately, I can't pull it off the dome.
Yeah, sorry, man. Don't have anything that's jumping to mind.
All right. But no, thanks for the info on how that was made. That's interesting. Hey, here's one coming in from Penta. Says, hey, Pat and Wooly, late to the topic, but I was listening to your weird talk about the different versions of tastes and smells, and I wanted to share something about synesthesia, the mixing of senses. It comes in many forms, but one of them involves the taste of words. Those with lexical gastery synesthesia get a taste for words as they think about them. This can include names like Tony tasting like macaroni, or the word I sounding like or tasting like bacon. There's been a fair amount of research done into the topic. To summarize a few points, words generally provoke tastes, but not the other way around. However, there was a case where a subject had bidirectional taste, where eating celery produced the word Valerie. The flavor of words tends to be complex. The flavor of words tend to be complex, such as gravy and potatoes, rather than simple concepts like sweet or bitter. Combined words like bookend have individual flavors of a book and end at the same time, and some words produce feelings more than taste, such as a feeling of swallowing buttons. Supposedly, this particular form of synesthesia is pretty rare, accounting for 0.2% of the population polled, with symptoms such as pronouncing colors and shapes in your head being more common. Sounds producing colors and shapes in your head being more common. Yeah, synesthesia, as we know it, is based on numbers having colors and the sound and them all sounds blending them together exactly. So I'm not sure if this is a blessing or a curse, but I'll stick with my normal brain. Thank you, and keep it up.
That's the craziest shit I ever heard.
Wild.
That seems like it would be horribly debilitating for some forms of communication.
Also,
in which you meet a girl and she's hot and you're like, "What's your name?" And she's like, "I'm Jenny," and you're like, "Oh, your name tastes like shit."
Not to mention that good luck making the fucking res version of that. You know, like what are you gonna fucking? How are you gonna convey this?
I gotta get VR res.
Tastes. Yeah, you do. Instantly. Top of the list. Yeah, that's no good. That's bad. You don't have control over that. But you know what's cool? If you're eating something you really like, and it doesn't have enough of something else, you can probably just like think the word and like add that flavor to the food you're eating.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That seems like a minefield of possible danger. Because like you're eating your soup, and it needs more salt.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Can you pass me the Hitler?"
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "No."
They just have to yell Hitler at you, and then like as long as they keep yelling it, then your soup gets more salty and tastes good. But they said it's more
hit me with some more of that Hitler.
Hitler, and that's about right. There you go, perfect. Did you get it? Good.
Are you ballsy enough to make that the podcast title?
Nope.
Yeah, me either.
Well, anyway, the thing about it, though, of course, is that it's more about complex tastes, as he said. So it's if you're eating meat and potatoes, and then you say the meat and potatoes word, then it'll maybe it'll get more pure. So
well, see, the thing is that there wasn't. I didn't get the feeling that meat and potatoes, the word, would taste like meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes, the word, could taste like styrofoam. You know, which I guess would.
This soup needs a pinch of Hitler. That's how you fucking create a structure around there. Yeah, that's what it is. It's yeah. Okay. So
Mm. All right.
I don't think iTunes
Our
is going to
brains are
appreciate that.
crazy, man.
I don't think iTunes will appreciate that. I'm not going to lie. Let's be real. That might be one of them auto auto filtered things where
That's
they're
the one you
like,
get a phone call on.
what's going on over here, boys? What's going on over here? You know? Let's be real. Um. All right. Last but not least, we got one coming in from someone who uh lives in Poland,
Mm-hmm.
sending in clarification on the probable workings of conditions in CD Projekt.
All right.
Hello, Willie and Pat. After hearing Pat talk about CD Projekt crunching people for months, seeing it memed on the subreddit, I'd like to come forward and explain a couple things about the working conditions in Poland. The allegations of crunch in CD Projekt may or may not be true, but the form of crunch that it's in everyone's mind is not actually possible. Disclosure, I'm not a lawyer, but most of those rules are commonly known to folks who have a job. All the information below here is taken from the gov.pl website, and I've translated it to the best of my abilities. It's a very elaborate breakdown, but essentially the basics here are signing a work contract creates a relationship of an employer and employee, and that relationship is regulated under the Work Law Codex, and it details the responsibilities of each side. The letter of the law is pretty strict, and offenses against the Codex lead to slam dunk cases in courts. Not to mention, since they're crimes against society, the government offices can investigate and take both employers and employees to court over any offenses to the Work Law Codex. When it comes to time, work, and organization, it has a list of things, and this kind of goes on for a bit. So again, it just kind of tells you about how there's multiple ways to organize shifts. Regular shifts are limited to 8 hours per day. Work time is calculated based on periods between paydays. Maximum 40 hours a week. Total work time in a month cannot exceed the work time norm. Must be at least 11-hour breaks between any two shifts, called a daily rest, and there must be 1/35th break between shifts once a week, called a weekly rest. And basically, with these limitations in place, Naughty Dog / anime studio levels of crunch should not be possible. An employer isn't able to plan office workers to work nonstop until a project is done. And then it goes into a breakdown of overtime, which again is restricted. Only two types of overtime. The only types of overtime allowed are overtime necessary to save lives, or if the employee has an absolutely special work-related need to fulfill that the employer can decide is required. Must be planned
Nurses,
ahead of
doctors, firefighters.
Yeah. Overtime cannot be planned ahead of time. There's 3 tiers of limiters placed on the website. And again, there's a daily limit, a weekly limit, and a yearly limit. And then there's another thing about the compensation and how it has to be, time and a half and such. So restrictions that actually sound pretty similar to what we got here, actually. But and it goes on for a little bit more, specifying more details. Ultimately, to conclude on the point that based on the way things are handled here, the idea of the death march in Poland is illegal and highly punishable. So effectively, hopefully this clarifies the way things work a little bit here in Poland.
That's a fantastic email. Unfortunately, I would have to point out that companies do in fact break the law.
Mm-hmm.
And more than that, I'm looking at a direct quote about Cyberpunk right here from the joint CEO. Are you guys going to have to put in crunch hours quote, to some degree, yes, to be honest. We try to limit crunch as much as possible, but it is the final stage. We try to be reasonable in this regard, but yes, unfortunately. And for Witcher, I think the director on that game, I'm not super sure, but when they were asked, like, hey, do you guys do crunch hours? And he goes, well, yeah, you got to do crunch to get games like this. That's a paraphrase. That's not a direct quote.
Mm-hmm.
But they've straight up admitted to crunching them a bunch. So I
Yeah,
guess they've admitted to breaking the law.
Yeah, what I'd say we've gotten here is an understanding that like there are labor laws in Poland that are very similar to Canada in the restriction against this type of crunch as described. But of course, you know, the law existing does not mean that people aren't breaking it. But it does, you know, and it is severely punishable. But that's it. That's if they get caught, I suppose, or if they get reported, or whatever the case may be.
Or if they don't pay the right guy.
Good to know those are the rules, though.
Yeah, it's cool.
And
labor laws are good. You should have good ones.
So, if anything, what that does is it means it's harder to go like, oh well, you know, Poland, right? It's like, well, no, they're on top of that shit, or at least at the very least on paper they are. But that doesn't de facto change whether or not it's occurring.
Listen, I barely know anything about Poland other than it's far away and they have funny accents.
.pl.
Okay, I know that now.
All right. Oh God, no! What are you doing, OBS? Stop it! I didn't click anything. It's trying to exit. Maybe that's a good sign. I think we're done.
All right, I think we're done too. Everybody be safe out there. Wear your masks. Don't go outside.
Yeah.
Don't get run over by cars and shit. I don't know.
As relatively safe as you can be, you know.
It's only 6 more months to go.
Oh yeah, and then magically when we hit December 31st, it's all gonna get better, right?
Yeah, but we get to at least put like a mental barrier.
It's over, man. It's done. This is it now.
This is it now?
It's fucking done. The podcast, the podcast is done.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream. I can see myself asking you if it's done.